They're taking
Halo
a
guys,
very
welcome,
long
welcome.
time to get close
Tenang,
into
tenang.
things. Blaze King
Kita
can't
nobar
get
aja,
the
guys.
trade on Egoist, but
Tadi pengen main,
as good as
cuman ternyata
that.
belum kelar. Harusnya
Bleak
udah
get their
match,
first round.
udah match terakhir
Man,
harusnya.
Global was going for a hard read, dude.
Cuman dari
They were
tadi
like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to early set up for the retakes.
Jadi,
I think that's why Ben Kai was positioned so far back to behind screens. However, yeah, you can see in the replay.
Di sini masih ada itu soalnya Iwan versus
that's just one of those things where
jadi ya udahlah
nonton
aja.
The era of effect
Tadinya mau main.
Flash just doesn't quite
Seru
cover
nontonnya,
what you
cuy.
need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponent.
Mati tuh.
It's a little bit unfortunate.
Does get the trade on. Yay. This is just the pistol here for Global too. If they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's going to be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind him because they are aware that Blaze King can't pick up a weapon, which he already has, and they're not even looking at this. Bleed are so lost. The Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team. But now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist, and he doesn't even have the spike in his inventory. Womp womp.
Still though, want to be careful about it. You got two classics. You can't lose any advantage that you have. Round's not over.
Egoist bisa nge-clutch lagi nggak nih? Waduh, hampir coy. Kalau sampai bisa dia gantiin Scary. Dulu Scary mulu yang yang clutch. Sekarang Scary lagi turun guys. Iya apalagi lihat. Dia jadi support, bener-bener support anjir. AFK ya. Dulu zamannya pakai Jet yang suka terbang-terbangan sama apa namanya? Chamber. Masih TP-TP. Wah, gila sih ya itu.
Ya, man.
Kopinya. Man sekarang udah tadi juga pas nonton yang match kedua ya, yang di map 2. Set, OP-nya jelek banget, banyak miss-nya.
Very cheerful guy, but right now Nade just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up the orb. Pulvi denying these ultimates away from Darian. Do you want to go back around ramp to pick that one up? Probably, maybe not so much.
Yeah, you can even see there's a double stack from Global here. If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots directly where the spike or the orb is, right?
Yeah.
Global Esports is hard reading this. Smoke placed right in front of them.
And good enough damage from both Blaze King from the last round that now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed. So the executes have to be very, very careful, but at the same time, because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
They might just try to go straight for that B side.
Nggak ada menang.
Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleeds is counting. Maybe this is a blessing for them.
Nice banget.
It's not a wall, dude.
Great timing on the spam.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast, like a Viper, coiled, he strikes. Egoist does
Stinger
rush down. 12 seconds. Can he plant the spike? Scary put it in such an unfavorable spot.
Oh,
yes,
ayo Scary. Oh no. Udah nggak bisa dia nge-class Scary. Halo Pubit. Kamu harus banyak-banyak nonton ini Pubit.
Boy, were we wrong about Global Esports.
Banyak-banyak nonton VCT biar makin tahu naruh pasang ini di mana.
You're very not just reaching double digits. You're very
bisa
likely
main
going
Valorant
11 and 5.
dari sini dulu biar tahu positioning sih. Lebih tepatnya positioning nembak-nembak kayak gitu. Kayak misalnya tiba-tiba ada smoke, ya aimnya udah lurus.
The dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees a bit of a snake pipe being tossed through, he knows, all right, I gotta spam. Even catches onto a single player. That's enough damage.
Kenapa sih nge-lag gitu dari
Bleed have already used up all of their timeouts, so there's no more breathing space.
It comes down to crazy guy. Can you really read your opponents well enough without your coach, and can you call the entire team to adapt well enough to this? Of course, they are attacking, so it's not the easiest feat. Darren does have a showstopper, but this round is not the one that you really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist. Ben Kai being careful.
Yeah, doesn't want to overstep his bounces. He's the only one holding that A side by himself for the moment. Durian is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses the nade to delay things a bit further. Does he pick up the weapon? That's the question.
Yeah, I think he does.
He does.
Gets it on over.
Gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over.
Dong Ye, bangun dong Ye.
Right now for Bleed.
Itu ngelemparnya ke situ. Oh, itu tuh bisa langsung ke situ. Berarti kalau yang planting di situ bisa ngebom dari situ.
Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the
tahu saya.
From the rest of Global, Lightning Fast gets one. Blazing comes into the corner here. There's too much for him to handle, and he is perfectly juggling the aggression up until the point. Ye gets him. Bleed.
Ayo dikejar nggak Global Esport nih sama Bleed nih.
And a great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to pick up.
Ye belum bangun-bangun coy.
You gotta remember. It starts off
di map pertama juga gitu, dia pakai Viper juga dia. Kedua pakai Jet ya lumayan lah. Walaupun miss mulu OP-nya. Kesel juga ngeliat. Ayo Ye, bangun Ye. Ye, bangun Ye. Jangan jadi mekanik tua. Dukung siapa bang? Oh, jujur Pacific kali ini ngeri-ngeri juga ya. Gen Z tadi hampir ngalahin PRX cuy. Gak bisa ditebak nih kayak gini-gini. Global Esport juga lagi naik-naiknya ini. Blaze King masuk ke situ. Ini orang Indo kan, Blaze King tadi dari Bumi Sport. Gara-gara teman-temannya pada KRRQ, Blaze King-nya ke Global Esport. Benkai juga jadi ke Global Esport. Gara-gara di PRX nggak kepake. Seru sih nontonnya, jadi kayak tukeran roster-roster gitu. Nih Ye juga jadi main di APAC coba. Dari NE, dari North America ikut-ikutan ke APAC. Ngeri banget. Nuansanya kan beda ya. Tipikal gameplay NE sama Pacific kan beda. Makanya Ye mungkin masih penyesuaian sih. Beda banget mainnya. Jadi kayak nggak ada yang nge-cover si Ye gitu loh. Kalau di NA kan Ye-nya maju ada yang nge-cover di belakangnya. Kalau ini kelihatan banget bedanya cuy. Gameplay jadi kayak sendiri aja gitu Ye. Coveringnya kurang. Ya, ini ya Iko ya. Iko apa namanya? Saving 10-7. Kebalap nggak nih? Menang nggak nih GE nih? Jadi kalian menang GE apa Bleed nih? Menurut kalian yang menang GE atau Bleed nih?
So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is Durian, go kill, and if it works, we can work off of that.
Yeah, it could. It's just funny how that is phrased, but it's absolutely true. This time catching the timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, you know, while he might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team so quick, so good onto it. Of course, though, that's it. Now...
Ini aku kecilin dulu ya, sorry ya. Takutnya itu, apa namanya, copyright. Musiknya ini soalnya, copyright. Nah, kalian pilih siapa, guys? Yang gue bikin polling. Global Esport. Esport. Sorry ya, suaranya kecilin dulu bentar ya. Soalnya masih time out. Kecil. Banyak roster baru, seru jadi nontonnya. Abis ini kan Executed lagi nih. Executed tuh dulu zamannya CS. Sniper paling ditakutin juga tuh di CS. Habis ini pertandingan T1 versus Zeta Division. Japan.
Big punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first, Poby's got his showstopper. Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a setup thrash here from Blaze King, and if Bleed overreach, Polvi is waiting
kena nih.
for the kumbaya
Kan?
as the boom boom
Salah kan
fails.
timingnya.
He pushes right up, but Durion gets two.
Oh, dapat
Aftershock
tapi
right now from
Durion.
Russ. And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the
3-3
trades
nih.
are even.
Tapi
and
Iko
Bleed still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A
cuman
side.
Benkai doang yang punya
If,
senjata.
again, Polvi still holding in that position.
Bisa ambil senjata sih Polvi sih. Kalau ini mereka ke B. Ambil senjata dulu bisa sih. Ambil senjata dulu Polvi.
It does give the rest of Global a little bit more
Banyak senjata itu
time
tadi
and
pada
space
mati
to pick
kan
up
di
some
situ.
of these rifles. And then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is.
Ooh, that smoke telegraph something though. It's a behind.
Kayaknya sih nunggu ada tanda-tanda planting baru lari tuh ambil senjatanya.
Call for bleed is.
Itu masih pada pakai klasik.
All the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30 seconds
Oh
left.
no.
But they probably won't. Crazy guys one.
Nah, baru ngambil tuh rebutan tuh, lihat. Di map, di minimapnya.
Stay alive.
Di minimapnya ngambil senjata. Nah, dapat tuh. Dua-duanya dapat Phantom. Apakah?
It's a better.
Emang iya. Ayo Bang Opik, kamu pilih mana? Global Esports atau
How
Bleed
far
Esports?
everyone from
Apa
Bleed
kita
is.
nobar aja di
Scared is
Discord?
done.
Oh, great camera from Ben.
Boom. Lah,
That's hard. Polvi's by himself at the
Benkainya dibunuh. Sedih banget.
Out in the open, this works in their favor.
Udah kalah sih.
Now Polvi's been spotted.
Kena nih.
If you can just jiggle a little bit more for
Nggak akan
these guys
di-tap.
to get that bit of information.
Udah nggak ada waktu.
It's not even diffused at all, yeah. So he has to back away.
Nggak dapat lagi. Hihihi, dicolok.
Bleed Esports.
Egois memang. Egois nih. Ini coy, clutch
They
master
use
juga
Scary
sekarang.
as the bait man, and it works in their favor.
Apa hijau hore? Emang hijau jam berapa?
That was like the idea. Scary.
Hijau jam berapa?
Yeah, I'm gonna run into Ben. Benkai.
Yeah.
Hijau dijadwalnya jam
With
berapa Bang
how
Opik?
far, but somewhat tradable they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one just gonna be holding the spike is.
Oh, lagi mulai sekarang ya.
Still, yeah, a series of unfortunate events for Global Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still.
Dia mah gak ngomong-ngomong. Kalau mau itu kan kita nggak tahu ya.
Back to the sudden rhythm
Ya,
game.
penonton. Aku sambil nonton hijau juga.
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peaked that.
Santai kalau sambil nobar gini santai.
Down and dusted. And this gives a chance right here for Bleed to
Kitanya nggak ikutan main,
rotate and at
kita
least
nonton
be
aja, komentar
affirming
aja.
more of, you know, the operator that is available here for Polvi. I do hear the thrash being used, so that's probably to get a lot more information here on A, see if
Killer
it's being
Creamy.
controlled or whatever, and it is not. So Benkai, be ready.
Utut.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer at the
Gila
very
itu
least, trying to make
ininya,
use of his
one way smoke.
second.
Ketahuan kamu Benkai. Di spam.
But what a great spray. Like, of course the Cypher would be on the other side.
Iya, lagi seru. VCT lagi seru.
Here we go. Second time to do another thing.
Tapi tadi yang PRX udah duluan sih.
Look at how far.
Gak apa-apa, ini ada pemain Indonesia juga guys. Kita dukung juga. Global Esports dan pemain Indonesia juga, kita harus dukung juga cuy. Si Blast King pindahan dari Boom Esports.
And Ye has got himself the perfect timing on this lurk. He's been spotted already, but him gravitating this attention definitely secures the round here for Bleed.
So interesting. Yay, the lurker now. And Bleed having the economy to go for this hunt.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Yeah, Ye's like the Batman of Bleed right now.
Ngintip.
I never thanked you, and you know that.
Gila dikejar coy. Gimana nih?
It's not the hero that
they need or
Valorant.
that they want, but he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
Apakah Bleed yang akan menang?
Hey man, he's doing his job.
Any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives
Bleed
Bleed the wins
Esports
they're looking
itu, oh bentar
for.
guys, kecilin dulu guys suaranya. Bleed Esports itu kemarin udah kalah sama T1 ya, 1-2-0 nih. VCT Pacific. Genji menang lawan RRQ itu kemarin pas apak. Ini iya, soalnya memang kan dia one hit kill kan. Jadi kayak timingnya harus pas banget. Global Esport dibantai sama Zeta nih 2-0 kemarin. Berarti ini sebenarnya dua tim yang kalah nih, Blitz sama GE nih sebelumnya. Cuman sekarang diadu lagi. Ini yang nggak disangka-sangka sih nih, tim Secret dibantai coy, 2-0 sama Talon. Oh ini udah wajar kemarin. Nah ini lagi 1-0 posisinya sekarang. Habis ini T1 lawan Zeta. Zeta Division. Udah mulai. Let's go.
What about first deaths? Right, I mean, definitely not to discredit Polvi for whatever reason. He's definitely doing a lot. But Bleed are also doing a great job at adapting to this. As soon as he gets the first pick, they know that there is another opportunity for them to come back in for that trade. And off of the trade, softening up the defenses on a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier for Bleed to break through. So Russ now, fault line connects, but doesn't really do all too much. It's a bit of information at best.
Darion's one.
Mau di ulti langsung
Full charge away from getting his ultimate.
Udah siap
Russ, does
nih.
he want to challenge this?
Udah siap,
Punish
udah
this?
siap.
He will.
Padahal jangan dulu ya, belum masuk.
No picks will be garnered. Darion's just.
Gak dilihat kirinya.
That's gonna get punished. Lightning fast comes back into cover.
Itu, aduh gak mati. Itu kalau Viper mati enak banget cuy.
Wiped out, but they're
kena.
Benkai gets the 3K though. The man himself is creating
nice.
moments for Global Esports and for himself. 9-11 and Global strike back.
Jadi inget ini gue, Vandal gue begitu tuh. Warna agak merah gitu.
I guess that's what the timeout was for, Bleed trying to adapt to the rhythm of it. Trying to get a sensing for how this is played. They knew that Russ had the Rolling Thunder. Of course it was sent out.
Itu nggak dicek tuh.
But
Sayang banget Darian nggak ngecek
Darian
ke situ.
just kind of thought that he would be able to punish Russ that quickly, that easily. Thought wrong. Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the scene on time too. Picking up the quick double and then
Di sini MVP-nya
turns the entire round
egois.
around on its head.
Gue kayak lagi ngomongin orang ya, egois lu gitu. Padahal namanya emang egois.
One mistake.
Nama rosternya egois,
All
coy.
it takes for you to really get punished by it. Crazy guy
Bum.
is nursing an operator right now on
Ya, kena. Gak lihat. Kelihatan.
Darion spots it. He gets one. That wall saves him.
Ya, udah
And
Blitz yang
Russ
menang
trying
ini.
to get any form of contact, any form of trade gets denied, and himself in the process as well. Benkai gets
Crazy
a couple
guy
kills,
OP,
but
cuy.
he can't do what he did in that last
Wah,
round.
Polvi saving sih.
In a 1 versus 4
Saving OP
with
sih.
an operator
Cabut,
and
main game dulu,
he knows what's
Bang.
gonna happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already.
Taruh aja
Global
di
still has a
POV-nya
lot more
Polvi
plays to
tinggal
do,
solo kok.
and just
Ayo dong,
this time
ini
talk
dong
about
apa namanya?
more.
Kameramen dong.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to it, this match
Nggak ada yang ngedeketin lagi ke sana. Udah gini aja deh, manteng ini si Polvi.
This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper, able to be the catalyst for the team as he dives through.
I love how you mentioned that because these two, they know how important kickoff is. Right?
Masters Madrid.
Samperin nggak disamperin juga. Jadi dikasih saving OP dia. Apa belum ketahuan sih Polvi pakai OP ya? Jadi nggak dikejar. Kalau ketahuan dia pakai OP pasti dikejar itu.
To a team, if we're talking about Bleed at least, that just came from Ascension Pacific not
Ngeliat
even a year
lagi.
ago. Last year,
Emang harus
but not
gitu sih
even
kalau
close to a
lagi
year ago,
ini
just
ya.
a couple of months
Kalau
ago,
lagi
which is
apa?
crazy to think at the least.
Showstopper,
Yeah,
nengok-nengok,
Bleed's a team that really
lompat,
knows how to
nggak main
grow and
terbang-terbang
adapt
baik.
together.
Kalau nggak kelewatan
Talking about
ditembak
all
dari
times
belakang
were
palanya.
spent, right? And
Mang ya,
Moses
cie,
forced
kemarin
to spin
tiba-tiba
the concept
main.
back.
Aku ngapain main
So
palo,
crazy guys
Bang Ken
actually
mah.
doing so much right now. Of course, back into it.
Tumben-tumbenan banget Bang Ken mah main palo.
You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round, though, without the ultimates, can't go in
Iseng gitu.
just as fast. Taking
Fair
a bit of a
enough.
breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route into the site.
And the route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As
Gue
long as you
juga
get that
nebeng
pick,
orang
you
itu.
can obviously
Bukan
just
gue yang
play,
room master
you know,
kan, gue
into
nebeng
heaven.
orang juga.
But they gotta make something happen now. I think they're using up a couple more extra seconds just to see if
Ayo,
there's
bisa
any
nggak nih
overpushing.
Blitz nih, menang
Check
nih.
the move.
Masa GE kebalik, selalu gitu dah dikejar di round 2-nya dah. Kesel banget. Kita harus dukung GE, ada pemain Indonya. Banyak ada pemain Indonya dukung, walaupun menang kalah dukung aja udah. Dor, mati lu. Ya udahlah. Menang lagi nih, Blitz nih. Darionnya ini coy. Oh, awas. Gak dilihat. Itu namanya trigger disiplin guys. Gak dilihat coy. Dilewatin. Jangan langsung buru-buru nembak. Ditunggu dulu sampai lewat gitu. Dor. Anjir di tibek parah banget Polvi. Ngeselin. Sudah emosi sepertinya. Sepertinya sudah marah-marah.
Oh, that feels like justice.
30 seconds.
Oh,
satu,
that feels like he's
dua,
winning this.
iya.
3 kills.
Iya.
Such a fashion. Only picking the next one up.
Kocak. Gak
And it's
dicek.
just bleed. Starting to feel like that.
Apakah akan ditutup
Mounting up on their shoulders
13-10 atau
They had so much
akan ada
towards the end, just one guy.
match point atau ada overtime?
That one not checking of a corner and everything just goes down the drain, right? I mean, you're talking about it. We're looking at it. Durian,
Hutan.
is he
Wih,
just gonna push this?
itu rame banget tuh. Kalau di spray mati semua tuh.
Losing their lives, but he somehow manages
Sayang
to find
sekali.
Benkai. They destroy the tripwires here, and Bleed strikes back.
Okay.
It's not yet over. It's a 4 versus 3, sure, but you can
4
never
versus
count out
3,
global esports. So
maka
Bleed
bisa
has still got
11,
to grind the 2
12,
rounds into
atau
overtime
habis di
for them to
sini.
even have a chance.
They've taken out Blaze King. Up next is going to be Polvi, looking to dive straight onto sight, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darian.
One enemy remaining.
Wah, udah.
One more. That's gonna be Russ.
Udah.
IGL, captain, my captain.
Oh, IGL-nya
Can you lead me into the promised land?
Jatuh, udah ketahuan.
Drop down on Hell here.
Apa ya?
They know where he is.
Uff.
The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy guy. If he
Aku
overheats,
pernah
there's
lihat
an
kamu di CF
opportunity for Russ
16,
to get
bagus
into
dong
the
kalau
site.
kamu melihat saya.
But of course,
Jadi
cooler
saya
heads
terkenal.
wins heated moments. 11 to 12. This is where it goes down. Quack. One more round, overtime or done time. I don't know.
Toing.
Just have to wait and see, but at the very least, for this round,
Oke, 11-12 guys. Apakah
going for that
ditutup?
full
Apakah
site,
berhasil
full force
closing atau
delaying and
menjadi
off-timing some of
overtime?
these flashes, right? First paranoia, then crazy guys guiding light. Just kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben.
Tapi mamamu bilang Kara TSH. Mamamu pasti tahu Kara. Karena dia suka bikin santan. Woi. Langsung Bankai. Iya, habis dong. Tinggal scary. Apakah The Legend ini, Legend ini apa namanya? Clutch Master di VCT sebelumnya? Apakah akan menjadi penentu? Oh no, ketahuan.
Scare's giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
It is scary.
10 seconds for the smoke too.
Eh.
Paranoia.
Oh no, nggak bisa, gagal guys. Gagal guys, dibantai sudah 12. Ditutup sudah 13. Jadi gimana guys? Global e-sport yang lolos nih. Global e-sport berarti di sini bakal 2-0 ya harusnya. Ini kok belum ke-update ya? Lama ngupdate-nya ya. Nggak langsung update. Harusnya 2-1. Menang GE. Habis ini T1 lawan Zeta. Kita main dulu ya kali guys ya. Sambil nonton-nonton kan. Lihat match sambil nunggu-nunggu ininya. Sambil menunggu.
Match found.
Sambil menunggu. Valorant Pacific tuh. Di Twitch. Deathmatch. Warm up. Apa ya? Ini
Stand in my way. I dare you.
I dare ya. Ntar ya guys, nunggu ya. Sambil menunggu ini. Pacific. Kamsahamnida gitu. Banyak ini guys, banyak ciwi-ciwi Korea guys lagi nonton PCT. Halo guys, udah pada makan belum? Belum nih Yora. Belum makan. Beliin makan Yora. Kita nonton. Pecipik. Ini si Polvi. Sambil nongtong. Cuman agak jamet. Agak jamet kenapa? Kan udah nggak poni lempar lagi. Sudah tidak poni lempar. Itu masih jamet juga. Ih, lama banget. Tumben Palo. Ini pun sambil nunggu ini Yora. Nunggu tontonan ini. Nih. Belum selesai dia. Aku sambil nonton ini. Turnamen Valorant. Jadi iseng daripada nungguin komentator ya. Kita main aja. Wih, sudah low bang. Maaf bang. Habis seluruh. Oh, siapa yang menang? Belum. Tadi terakhir global e-sport. Nanti abis ini ada match ketiga. Ada match ketiganya Yora. Aduh, dibutain. Aku pengen nembak palanya. Aduh, salah. Tidak fokus ya kalau sambil mainnya. Watch out. Coming through.
No match.
Awas di zone. Aduh, kena dong. Tadi global e-sport namanya Yora.
Dusted.
No, ada aku sekarang nama tim. Ya abis ini yang main T1 lawan si. Ayo lo buta. Kabur. Ayo lo buta. Hihihi, kabur. Wih, gile kena coy. Padahal hoki banget gue itu. Wah, S, dapat S. Beginian kita, guys.
Stage 3.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Aduh, kena dong bawah. Bos. Mapnya unik sih ini, guys.
Ultimate orb spawning. Phoenix is on a rampage.
Amateur. Iya dong, Mbak. Itu kan game pilihan. Dia harus tersiksa dengan game itu. Aku mati.
Until stage change.
Stoning. Kena final stage.
Blinding.
Salah lagi. Tembus. Flashnya tembus. Salahan, guys. Maaf ya.
Watch your eyes!
Weh,
Going up!
sekarat tuh 97 darahnya. Weh. Mau nembak juga. Aduh, dari atas dia. Sial.
Go, go, go!
Terus ini dia.
Worthless!
Kurang lu. Cepet dong. Gue lagi nge-pick ke situ. Ih. Dar.
Dead.
Reloading. Reloading.
Aduh, telat hindarnya. Itu HP udah. Sama aku juga nonton dua kok. Dua orang coy. Belum mulai kan nanti. Soalnya masih iklan-iklan guys. Kalau iklan-iklan ntar copyright.
Headshot. Weak.
Aduh, udah jangan kita. Dong.
3 out!
Di belakang dia.
Concussing!
Charge your ults.
Flash out!
Aduh. Udah coy.
Gotcha.
Waduh, 120 tuh. Guys.
Still in sight.
Here we go.
5 kills remaining.
5 kills remaining. Push. 5 lagi guys. Let's go. Satu lagi. Kelas. Tidak. Ayo kita lihat. Belum guys, masih highlight. Lucu stikernya ya. Tuh masih iklan guys. Belum mulai. Main dulu ya. Gua keberapa nih? Ini gua keberapa nih? Lah. Mouse-nya hilang, coy. Mouse-nya hilang. Tidak. Ini gimana caranya gua? Gak kelihatan gitu mouse-nya. Berapa gua? Oh, gua kedua. Anjir, Rena sono ngeri banget. Rena sana niat mainnya. Padahal cuma main gituan doang. Udah diupdate belum? Belum juga coy ini. Harusnya diupdate. Tungting. Masih 5 menit lagi guys. 5 menit lagi main apa ya? Swift play aja ya. Ini kalau nggak ada mouse-nya pusing juga sih. Spike rush deh, Spike rush. Spike rush. Nggak ada mouse-nya loh. Mouse di dalam Valorant-nya nggak ada anjir.
Match found.
Gak ada mouse-nya. Ntar gue nembaknya gimana ya? Kebayang gue gimana nembaknya ini.
They think I'm an old dog.
Gue nembaknya gimana coy?
Show them just how many tricks I know.
Lucu juga.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get you win. Belum kan? MRG. Zeta Division nih.
大会だったりイベントだったり最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。楽しいこともいっぱいあったし、めちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Jepang lawan Taiwan itu ada pemain Indonya sama Thailand ya? Taiwan tuh. Sambil nunggu ya guys. Kita sambil main.
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいすごい新鮮な感覚で、まあ、新しい風を感じる、本当にそんな感じですね。チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただこれでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
Zeta Division. Kasian Kak Green. Iya.
Spike
Ini
rush.
seru kan?
We find what's hidden.
Enggak ini
We
kan.
take it.
Tidak
Then we leave.
mengecewakan kan game yang gue kasih. Lucu ya. Gas aja udah.
Gotta go.
Dim beacon down. Down and out.
Wih,
Reloading.
yang mati. Neonnya kemana dah? Lah, Neonnya kalah. Woi. Wah, Neonnya kocak.
One enemy remaining.
Dipisah. Kan gue jalan berdua sama Neon ya.
Spike planted.
Tapi gue gak dibantuin. Kan ngeselin.
Pay attention. Might learn
Gue
something.
Stinger. Kita jadi James
I'm
semua
outta
nih hari
here.
ini. Apa kalau main ini Swift play apa namanya? Spike Rush. Jadi James semua pakai Stinger ngebut aja udah.
Satchel out.
Wow, gue kasih tuh.
Where are you? Satchel out.
Launching smoke.
Ih, karat tuh.
Take this. Back off.
That's done.
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be there.
Ada nih, pasti ada si Razi.
On speed.
Oh, gitu.
Careful now.
Multiple enemies A.
Out of here.
One enemy remaining.
Tarik
My
mana?
ult's ready. Not
Dari
one
kemana
left
dia?
standing.
Flash. Going up.
Last round before the switch.
Waduh,
I'm going to
outlaw
scout
dong.
for my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Gimana nih main outlaw? Swift play outlaw. Yang lebih diuntungkan pihak mereka.
That rate sucks. Enemy spotted A. Take that.
Gue smoke nih.
Marked one.
Fully smoked. Open up the sky. Gunner.
Someone's A. We found one. You don't.
Enemy spotted A.
Main apa sih anjir?
One enemy remaining.
Main pisau-pisauan anjir. Pulau tuh. Ya mati. Terus gak ada yang mau planting.
Watch out.
Ih.
30 seconds left.
Ini kan planting coy. Amaan, nungguin gak mati-mati tuh bener.
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Ya Allah. Suram. Wah, dia ini lagi pakai golden. Woi, nice.
I'm still
Golden
here,
gun.
amigo.
Switching sides.
Switching
Match
side.
point.
Lah, udah match point. Asik deh. Belum mulai kan VCT-nya, ntar ya guys, sebentar aja. Ini kita nobar lagi. Kalian nungguin lama, nungguin iklan-iklan VCT. Wih.
Where are you?
My ult's ready. Open up the sky. Who trained you?
Wih, planting tuh.
Spike planted.
Smoke's down.
Last player
Lah.
standing.
Gimana nih? Wah, tahuan lagi. Iya, kalau aku sudah low.
You know what to do.
You know what to do.
Smoke's down.
Bunch of guys.
Wah, B-nya kosong banget.
Launching smoke.
Dilihat-lihat nggak kelihatan. Udah planting.
Spike planted.
Bring them down.
Ayo lo.
See ya. My ult's ready.
Aku mau
Bring them down.
ulti yang di sini.
Open up the sky.
Yatasha. One enemy remaining.
Ya, gagal nih, mau biso gua ya.
Find you.
Gagal dia mau miso-miso. Oke, sekarang kita nonton. Ha. Kriring. Tuh. PRX tadi menang 2-1. Jadi lama pertandingannya coy. Harusnya jam 5 tadi udah match ketiga. Ini jam 8 baru match ketiga coy. Gila juga.
Yeah, there really is. What is the map draft going to look like? What are these compositions going to look like? But the biggest question of them all is, do we get to see X-Curate versus Laz on Chamber? That's the number one thing. We already know that we're being treated to an awesome
Ini masih ngobrol-ngobrol guys. Ntar kalau udah ini gue kencengin suaranya. Zeta. Zeta Division. Shoot 2003. Lower round 1. A new chapter starts tonight. Anjay. Ini ininya apa namanya? Moto tim. Just another stepping stone. Asik. Hanya sebagai batu lompatan katanya guys. Bagi kita. Sombong kali kau. Yang ini satu lagi, new chapter starts tonight. Asik.
Their first series, a pretty rough one. They were going up against global esports. Both teams were really trying to figure their stuff out throughout that series. So it was maybe a little bit bleak for Zeta fans, but overall, the things that you could look to that were impressive was that Depth, still very good at the video game. Laz as well, very good at lurking when he was playing that Cypher, playing that Killjoy. But Hero and Yoran were very much the brightest spots for Zeta on that day. And my big question is, do they continue doing that here now when they're in a much more important and much more tense matchup versus T1?
Yeah, and when's the last time we could say that about Zeta Division, right? When's the last time we could say it wasn't Dep or Laz that was really at the top leading the charge in terms of the scoreboard and the kills and the frags and things like that? So obviously a good sign, but as you can see in the highlights as well, you mentioned it, Mika, T1 clearly proving that their roster, their upgrades are definite upgrades for the new Korean squad as well.
Especially since Izu, as we saw, the Yoru did work for them on Breeze previously. I think they heard, like, they're buying into the rumors that the age of Yoru is nigh, right? So, and I think that, like, as we mentioned earlier, we do also have an impending, I think, matchup between X-Curate and Laz. It's same as, like, earlier when we had Ye versus Polby on the Jet thing. Then I think that, you know, for now, it's going to be the Chamber duel for Laz and for X-Curate.
Yeah, and it'd be a big one for X-Curate because Laz is one of those players that has always been praised and contending for some of those top spots as a Chamber player all around the world.
I mean, you say Chamber and most people think Laz. A lot
Yuran.
of people like Laz is Chamber. They are just
Dep Super Zero, Hiroron baru-baru ya ininya ya rosternya. Hiroron yang lama tuh Dep doang ya. Terus satu lagi siapa sih tuh yang ini? Killjoy ya kelihatan nih. Nah ini kaptennya tuh. X-Curate main, saya player. Laz, nah iya nih. Yang lama itu Dep sama Laz. Sugar Zero pernah di mana ya sebelumnya? Bukan di Zeta ada.
To come up with creative agent compositions. They're more likely to think outside the box. Zeta here, I'm not sure how far they're willing to push it, but is that an advantage for them or a disadvantage, Will?
Well, I would say the way we can look at it is T1 clearly made a decision on what their color was going to be coming into 2024, right? They started their experimentation in the offseason, and they're carrying that through. It's still based around the utility to draw out the fights, the firefights, and then set up for those trades. Meanwhile, Zeta, we don't quite know, what the colors, other than they are willing to push up the tempo a bit more than 2023, but in terms of the cleanliness, in terms of the compositions, I think there's still a lot more room to be at. Is that an advantage? I wouldn't quite say so, but it does make them perhaps a bit harder to read.
Yeah, just looking, kind of across the extended roster, because we're talking about depth, we're talking about side player, all these ones that have more of the flashy plays, but Hiroto, this young rookie coming into the roster who has already looked pretty damn good. I'm excited to also see how
Contribution. Execute gede juga. Carpe ya, Carpe paling gede ya.
Just last year, now becoming the IGL, also had some very glowing moments in their opening series versus Bleed. So I think watching that initiator battle as well is going to be great.
Yeah, and look at this. It's as close as you can get to a perfect Pentagon here in terms of how much. Honestly, this probably doesn't take into account the whole vibe factor. So if you add that for Rossi, it probably is a perfect Pentagon.
Is Rossi the problem? Look at these stats. He's dragging the team down.
But it's rare that we see this, right? And again, this is a culmination of all the different stats throughout their game so far. And to see that even though you have star players like Saya Player or Xcurit, you still have everyone else picking up the slack when it's needed or going for those trades, leading it basically to those conversion to round wins instead of just frags.
Yeah, and for anybody being confused as to what this graph means, the closer it is to an actual pentagon in the middle, the better it is.
Yes, yeah, it's basically just how much has each player contributed to their wins on their round wins, and of course it takes into account all the different stats in the game.
It's basically who's sharing the pie, right?
Yes.
And as we're seeing here, T1 are sharing it quite evenly. On the side of Zeta, though, we can see that Euron here has quite a big slice.
Well, and then Huron as well, obviously Deb holding a big portion of it, but it's very impressive.
Oh, ini kecil kan, persentasenya kecil. Yuran gede juga ya. Anjir, Silas. Dia cuma nih doang sih, IGL sih. In-game leadernya doang, Silas. Yang lain gede-gede loh. Yuran 29% loh. Bener sih, kalau misalnya kayak gini berarti new chapter sih. Cuman Last sama Dep doang sisanya. Yang lain baru-baru itu. Hiroron, Sugar Zero kayaknya lama deh, tapi kayak ngerubah angka jadi 3 Sugar Zero. Tuh, Dep kan. Percentage headshotnya 37% coy. Gua aja cuman 15%. Mereka tuh bisa sampai 30% tuh gimana coba? Manusia apa bukan sih? Bang, kangen gak bang? Kangen apaan?
Now that this is basically qualifying into playoffs, it's that much closer to Masters Madrid. How much are they going to push themselves in order to get that win for the team?
Yeah, and the most impressive thing about these two players, currently they're ranked 3rd and 4th in terms of duelists in VCT Pacific after just the one opening match from all of the teams. But the thing is both these players throughout their careers have always been so consistent at that level, right? Sure, we had impressive showings from the likes of Governor and some other players, but these two will always be in discussion for top 3 duelists in whatever league they're put in.
Mana aja suka.
At least playing out
main apa sekarang?
You can always rely on them to have a pop-up performance. Very rarely do you ever see a dip from either of these guys. They're always nailing their shots. Their decision-making is typically just very much on point. So this is going to be a spicy one. In the end, if everybody else is pretty evenly matched, it very well could come down to these two players to determine who's going to be walking away into that playoffs and who has to go ahead and fall down to the lower bracket.
It could be anybody at this point, right? We know what Zeta is capable of. We know how much they're able to make miracle runs, just as they are known for, right? But T1 as well. They're this new powerhouse that popped up last year, and now they are ready to show what they've got.
Ding ditch, ding ditch, ding ditch, ding ditch. Aduh. Masih pakai musik-musik, guys. Ini coach-coachnya. Korea, guys. 감사합니다.
Are you ready for the match?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I hear loud yesterday. for you. It's been really a glad thing
Ini
to
pinter nih
see
ininya,
Bleed
hostnya.
right away and
Nggak
come
perlu
into the
pakai
winners bracket.
translator.
How did this feel to go
Kalau
to the winners
kayak
match?
bahasa Korea.
Bleed을 상대로 바로 꺾고 승리조에 이제
Tuh.
들어왔잖아요. 바로 올라간 기분이
Halo, labang lu kulong bang bang.
사실 저희가 이번에 브레킷을 봤을 때 딱 사실 이게 정규 경기가 정말 오랜만에 몇 달 만에 있던 경기여서 경기만 이길 수만 있다.
Ngobrolnya pakai Korea, yang sebelah kayak ngobrol bahasa Inggris.
거라 생각은 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 첫 경기를 이겨서 이 자리에 올 수 있었다 생각하고 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
Looking at the matchup list, I was like, oh, if we win the first match, it will be so easy to go through the remaining matches. And eventually we won against Bleed, and it was really lucky for us to go to the winnings bracket. Okay, and to the next question, I also had a really fun to especially see the match. And about you, oh, sorry, you got a little confused. I want to ask you about Zeta's performance. You look to their players, you see the new Zeta. So how do you feel about their team?
일단 제타 디비전이 이번에 리빌딩을 했는데
Ting 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 ting.
워낙 잘하는 선수들이기도 하고 그리고 옆에 있는 감독을 제가 많이 리스펙하거든요. 그래서 좋은 감독도 모시고 오고 해서 아마 되게 잘할 것 같아요. 근데 아마 제타 디비전은 지금보다 이제 시간이 갈수록 더 잘해질 것 같은데 오히려 빨리 만나게 돼서 더 다행이라 생각합니다.
Meeting the new coach and the new Zeta, they become more powerful, and I see they're really bringing up the energy. So I think they're gonna improve really much at the remaining matches. And for Coach Carlos, I mean, I have watching in the backstage and sawing Itsu's first ace, and all the fans it's being excited for it. But for the rookies, it was their first international match, so were they really nervous for the first match?
Banyak-banyak ini nih. Iwan kayaknya salah satu kandidat kuat juga nih dari APAK. Kemarin habis menang. Justru yang diandalkan sekarang Genji, T1 sama PRX kayaknya. APAK. PRX juga kalau nggak hati-hati bisa jatuh itu lagi apa ya? Lagi beda. Soalnya kan beda banget kan gameplaynya sama yang sebelumnya. Ada Jing. Sekarang lebih ke controllernya jadi dua, Monyet sama Forsaken udah kebiasaan jadi controller Sentinel, udah lupa kayak jadi duelist cara. Monyet juga yang tadinya duelist gara-gara di global esport jadi smoker controller terus, jadi kebiasaan juga, hilang juga tuh ketajamannya, udah pada hilang. Tapi kalau secara strategi oke dua-duanya. Diwaspadai, jangan sampai kepleset aja. Kalau kepleset sekali udah bubar.
팬분들, 제타 팬분들께 정말 감사한 마음을 전하고요. 여러분들이 기대해주신 것만큼 저희가 열심히 해서 보답하겠다는 말을 들었습니다. And for Coach Autumn, can you say any words to the fans or the players? 마지막 또 한마디 부탁드립니다.
이번 킹코프 퍼시픽에서는 T1이 무조건 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Valorant gua keluar tadi gara-gara nge-lag. Ntar deh di sini kita main lagi. Kalau itu lama juga ya startnya ya. Di sini baru map veto. Oke, kita masih main dulu aja kali ya. Nih, di sini berapa menit lagi nih? Zeta Division. Tuh, masih ngoceh lagi. Deathmatch.
I think it will be in time. I think it's still a little bit early days. I think that there's still more preparation, more refinement that can happen here with this roster. But I think that there is an immense amount of promise, way more than we were seeing from them in the past.
Yeah, and it's funny that Autumn said
Match found.
Sambil menunggu kita bermain dulu ya. Iseng-iseng aja, iseng-iseng tembak-tembak.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Deathmatch. Mau ngambil darah.
The dimensional fabric here is thin.
NOP kali ya.
I'll tear through.
Fight.
I'll cut through.
Ramai amat itu.
Three. Four.
Aduh, gua gak fokus sama suara di sebelah. Oh shiz, ada dua. Oh gua Yoru ya. Set keluar langsung mati. Woi. Gak bebas coy pakai AWP itu. Turun dia. Asik. Wih, pada mati semua sih. Allah, gak kena lagi. Woi. Ya Allah, gak kena. Alah. Sampah itu. Ya gue harus ganti shot. Gak bebas cuy. Ya Allah, miss gitu gue nembak. Cukup banget gue anjir. Dor, gak mati. Najis deh.
Lights out.
Gak mati dong.
Die.
Shorty di nerf ya, Shorty ya. Oh, shiz. Oi. Gak bisa ke Shorty. Pas banget. Woi. Alah, kiri kanan atas bawah depan belakang. Asyik.
Killed them.
Ya Allah. Gue disampain. Malam bang Jaka. Halo bang, aku baru. Halo Yun. Welcome buat yang baru.
Killed their cipher.
Latihan OP ya guys ya.
Don't get it.
10 kills remaining.
Gila tuh Harbor.
Dead. Headshot.
Wush. Waduh, kena tuh. Waduh. Tidak. Aduh. Temuan gue.
Five kills remaining.
Aduh. Padahal ngelihat dia jatuh. Woohoo. Woi. Lu kalau mau itu jangan keroyokan anjir. Di kanan depan belakang gue.
You're done.
One
Waduh,
kill remaining.
ya ketemunya Harbor lagi, menang dong deh. Woi, jangan Harbor yang bunuh. Ya. Udah, kita mau nonton tujuannya guys. Belum juga, anjir. Belum juga dong. Tujuan kita mau nonton guys, belum juga. 2 menit lagi sih, lama banget, ngoceh mulu. Ini kan persiapannya guys. Swift flag lamaan, smaker saja guys.
Match found.
Halo Bang, malam, halo. Halo. Selamat malam semuanya, selamat datang. Jangan lupa jempolnya nyangkutin dulu ya guys. Sangkutin dulu aja jempolnya. Tuh headset gue naik coy. Headset percentage gue dari 15% naik 17%. Mantap. Yapi, Spike Rush mah gak saya. Main lari-larian lah. Sambil nungguin ini VCT belum lagi. Lama betul. Wah lama kali. Itu ngedodge kayak itu. Anjay, manasan. Nah gitu. Lari-larian guys. Kita main cepat aja. Lari, semuanya dilarin. Gak ada yang pakai trap kan di sana. Nah, nggak ada trapnya, gas. Lari ya terus.
Spike rush.
Lari. Ngesot tuh menjadi apa sih guys? Oh, jadi kanan ya.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Watch out! I'm out of here.
Gue main larian doang coy. Tadi kestun tuh yang di situ. Gara-gara kagak niat main. Orang mau niatnya mau nonton.
You're not. They will cover. Last player standing.
Dia pakai itu, pakai golden bullet. One shot one kill. Oh, nice try. Kita mainnya lari-larian lagi.
Go, go, go. Gotta go. I'm out of here. That race sucks. I'm out of here. Take this. This way.
Who's next?
Go, go, go. Out of shocking.
Ini ya rumus. Ini ya rumus. Makasih.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A. Fire in the hole!
Mana? Nggak keluar. Dor.
Now it's ready. Go, go, go.
Wih, ulti gue udah ready coy. Asik nih main laser-laseran.
Last round before the switch.
Gotta go.
Ooh.
Go, go, go. Gotta go.
Let's get loose.
I'm out of here. Out of charges. Here we go.
Wah, nggak bisa gue main lasernya neon. Gue mendingan nge-M dah daripada nge-laser gitu, nggak bisa gue. Kocak gaming, kocak gaming. TP tuh ke dalam smoke.
Let go. My ultimate is ready. Watch them run.
Jangan smoke dulu. Itu di TP di.
Last
Lah,
player
nggak denger TP-nya kah?
One enemy remaining.
Belum ada coy. Oh udah deh. Jago tapi ini Renanya. Movementnya jago. Nah kan, udah aku bilang dari movement ada kelihatan coy.
Switching sides.
Go, go, go. Reina, remind me to
Coy
never
main
piss you
larian.
off. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted B.
Ah, telat. My bad. Kalau gitu gua ambil dulu.
Adios.
Gua mau nonton coy, bukan mau main. Ini masih map pick lagi.
Spike planted.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Line up itu.
Last player standing.
Wow. Serius kah? Ya Allah, main giniannya serius.
Gotta go. Go. Shocking.
Oh, ini Ares ya? Anjir, nggak bisa dong gue. No.
Coming through.
Kebet.
Kill.
Spike planted.
I'm out of here.
Ih, kabur.
Out of charges. I'm out of here. Out of charges. That's 3. Gotta go. My ult's ready. Out of charges.
Last player standing.
Aduh, shit. Dia balik badan. Susah pakai Ares, coy. Berat senjatanya.
My burden never ends.
Satchel out.
Ngapain dia?
Watch out.
Lari.
Here.
Grenade.
What?
Nowhere to run.
Here we go. Shocking.
Wah. Kocak razenya anjir.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Off your feet!
See nothing.
Si nothing itu.
Blind fools.
Hal yang sama terulang 2 kali.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa.
Waduh, ente. Udah.
Win.
Orang mau nonton gue. Selesai, udah mulai. Gue nggak niat main, mau nonton. Udah ya, ntar lagi. Kita mau nonton, guys.
I feel be a potential to break the usual ascent composition.
Zeta win. Ini bisa dikencengin dulu nggak? Ini udah paling cepet ya. Orang Jepang main ke Korea, enak ya, deket-deket ya. Nah, ayo ready. Entry, tim entry. Lama nih. Excurate. Nah, itu orang Indo, guys. Ini si Pudina ya? Kenapa cosplaynya itu, Babang? Itu cosplay rambut asli sih. Lolita-lolitaan ya, guys. Laz Irby. Lucu ya, kalau Jepang kreatif soalnya.
amount of value, but ever since the original run, they've been nerfed, moving it now to just the singular pylon, really drastically reducing how much teleport range you have. A lot of those reliable setups that you used to have as a chamber are completely gone, because you used to be able to peek out, you know, on catwalk, stair across over into B lobby, and then snap back over towards heaven. Now you can't do that. Taking a look though, it's pretty much stand, but we do have Carpe going over.
Nah, udah ini guys, udah agent pick.
So continuing with that double controller, it's Izu and Rossi on Omen and Viper. It's going to be executed on that Cypher. Meanwhile, Last sticking with the age-old Killjoy, going to have a little bit more flexibility and covering mid with utility so that they can rotate a bit more freely around the map.
Yeah, and I love how Zeta are really giving the initiator role over to their young guns, Yuran and Huron. Let's see how well they do up against T1 as we head into our final series of the day. Tossing it over to our casters, Azurai and Quack.
So many things has happened today, man. Lots of ups, lots of downs.
Oke, udah mulai.
We are 100% sure
Let's go.
that they have all been bangers, and I expect the same of this last series, T1 versus Zeta Division.
Yeah, the winner of this one definitely goes forward through the playoffs, and that's already a really big deal. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, starting things off on the map of Ascent, T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a little bit of it in the off-season, but up against a more
Iya sih, ada saya
classic
player
one in the form of Zeta
Executed
Division. But
mendingan
with
jadi
two new
sebenarnya bagusan
players,
controller dia.
how's it going to play out?
Well, we'll see here and now. Izu's been an absolute monster, whether he's on that Yoru or here on this Omen as well. Zeta Division not wasting any time, already pushed up on
Temu langsung nih.
short. Quick contact.
Wah, telat butain.
Paranoia does push him back. Very huge use on that.
Wow,
on the
di
scanning and everything, and
push.
Death chases down the kill. Izu does get the contact. Huron already here.
Wow, mati dia.
Does get a couple of frags,
Huron.
important frags that gives access for Zeta on that A site. A quick plan
Execute.
follow. X-Grid and Rossi remain to get that retake.
Planted.
Already so quick into sight, and with that, I mean, how do you
Maka
retake?
bisa.
You got the Cypher, you got the Viper, and it's not going to be the easiest task in the world, right? You might be able to clear some corners, but when it comes down to the gunplay, Zeta's neatly tucked away
Aduh,
inside of Hell. They walk
geter
through.
gitu si
Well, Sugar Zero.
siapa namanya? Sutanto, Kevin
True.
Susanto.
Man is a Diet Coke. You know, all the fun,
What?
none of the bad stuff. Sugar Zero.
Oh, okay.
Bro, come on, keep up the pace, man. I know we're in the third series. Anyways, quick little recap on this replay. Again, Zeta Division, with that coach of theirs, man, their tempo really has amped up the pace, and it's
Tadi
not
juga
just
ya,
them
dia kombinasi sama ininya nih,
just
sama
going
si
radically into a site. There's always
Flasher
thought
dia.
behind the push.
Dia masuk
Carl
dari
definitely
short.
has, shaped up this team a little bit
Langsung
more, so
di
now they have these
smoke.
protocols and really aggressive things. They just are able to push in and melt through.
Cepet
Even this
banget
one, yes, it's
rotonya.
an anti-eco, but Depp is that much more confident just to go in along with it.
Yeah, Hideron's been hitting them flashes from here on out. Here on run. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series. But
Entry.
going back into things, quick little
Oof.
dash in from Depp. Picks up
Gila,
3K.
Depp lagi
as
ini
Rossi
banget.
falls down.
Here,
All up to Excurit.
here.
Executed
Little
di
peek on
atas.
Heaven though. Peekaboo, I see you. Marshall in hand.
Oh.
Extra tag or anything? Not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for Zeta, and 2 quick rounds for Japanese.
I still can't get over that owl silver.
It's early, but
Why is it so
with
cute?
this speed and with T1, not quite adapting to it just
Iya,
yet.
mainnya cepet. Di
Yeah,
Division
again,
main
still
cepet.
really early. But
Mau main
going
W Gaming
through
juga deh,
the
W Gaming,
right?
W Gaming.
You know what? I don't really care anymore at this point.
We
It's
never really actually do, come on, let's be honest. But at the
I
same time,
do,
okay,
you know?
fine. But at the same time, it's just really interesting to see because like everyone else kind of thought the T1 would be the team. They're more, veteran.
Yeah.
They got the star players.
Oh,
you got
di
Execute.
delay pakai.
To be
But-
fair, Coach Alex did say that comparing it to last year, everyone's upgraded. So
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Zeta's upgrade that much more powerful? And I'm really impressed to see if that is the case. We know how
Harusnya
strong
masih
Depp is,
ada
and yes,
sih
he's
si
still
Lasti
opening
sih.
a lot of it.
Turret.
But I'm very curious to see what Hirodan and Yuran have in store for us.
absolutely.
Rotating ke B semua.
You know, already
You've
seen
been
it.
talking about them, as right?
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. I've been watching a couple of the games with Heron, and I mean, there is potential. I wasn't like blown away, but there is potential. At the
Wuh,
bench,
rame
so,
banget.
Let's say this side players pushed up.
Nice.
all the way on
Wah,
side.
di spam balik pakai Guardian.
For wallbang.
Tembus lu.
Two different weapons actually get that. Shots through the wall and everything. Excurrent still holding the angle here.
Nice.
Again, a very vocal player leading the charge into securing the first gun round here for T1.
Nice,
I got a little bit excited. I thought it would have been like one of those rounds. I mean, it was the rookie.
Harus di-delay mereka. Mereka kalau main ngelambat dikit kalah tuh.
Shot through the wall bang. That
Harus
was really
ini coy.
Maybe
Harus
through that they might have been able to do and open up a little bit more. But we go back to classics. T1, they have the Odin. Of course, they had the read off of that
Dep
spot
mau
from
ulti
Rosa.
ya.
And with that, just information, right? Rossi, well-timed snake bite.
Yuran balas pakai Odin lagi. Mau main Oding, mau main Odading, mau main ini. Wah, cuma satu gini Rossi.
Staying power with
Snake
the
bite
C's
cuma
over
beli
the
satu.
shot darts. Any case, there's a quick little push in. Nobody
Tahan
willing
kan
to
dia.
go and dash right in as that snake bite, and basically a creep of T1 is already here. Izu's finding contact on Hiroron.
Gila.
Couple of pop shots through the walls here, forcing TP away.
Ih, awas. Gak lihat si Rossi.
Contact right now. Spots one in front of Rossi.
Nice.
Rossi's just too good. That generator has turned into his domain, his kingdom. Leaving Laz.
Double pick. Nice. Untung dapat Rossi. Kalau nggak dapat diomelin tuh sama Excurrent.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel comfortable. You know you have to peek out.
Double
you have to
pick.
try to find whatever you can get.
Masih tuh dari sana.
Too many players
1, 2, 3, go.
Contact. At the same time, I mean, this round just impressive anchoring from both controllers. Izu with the TP back into hell, and then playing off around that. Rossi just toying around with depth, just keeping his tension away from the rest of his team as much as possible. This T1 adapting right back into the game.
And again, Carpe is probably one of the the players that came from a different league, had to transition into Valorant, and now he is looking well at home.
It's been a year.
It has been.
He's adjusting. I like the idea of the fade.
Running short.
And it definitely works out on defense as well. The C's can give you so much. But off of an eco now, Zeta still trying to get an idea for how T1, really defends.
Bring them down.
They're trying to fish for a kill, but T1's just not giving them satisfaction.
Down.
I mean, if Zeta wants any form of contact, they have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though,
delay lagi tuh. Nice.
Right then and there, quick, close on the contact. Dep was able to dash right in, but I don't know how much he can actually do.
Wah,
so he just leaves
di
the
dalam
site
dong.
and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be very risky, but he has to do this by himself.
Depnya nungguin nih.
Team to fend off on their own.
Excurrent nyadar nggak ya?
To some extent, but he is on an.
Excurrent gak nyadar.
But Saya player shuts him up very quickly.
Now with it up still looming over their heads, Zeta Division just trying to position themselves safely enough. Laz tucked away in A main. He's got to make use of that play just right up next to Sugar Zero, because if not, it's easy for T1 to find these 2-on-1s.
Turret is available for Laz here.
Timing banget.
The reactionary position.
He's buying time.
Is Sugar Zero on switch, swings right out. Carpe's very quick on that trade.
Gila swing.
Has to swing out. Carpe's gonna be able to maybe have this.
Aduh, gak kena dong.
Not. That should be just.
Dimainin coy.
Cool, calm, and
tapi kena ya.
Captain of Zeta Division.
Emang ngeri dah kalau IGL deh. Mainnya strat.
And you had some players just off of pistols. But that little duo between Yudon and Sugar Zero, buying the attention away, Sugar Zero getting the
Excurrent-nya nggak nyadar loh, padahal udah diinfo harusnya tuh.
I think Izu,
Dep di atas
so much back and forth that it allowed the rest of the team to make their way in, and not to mention Dep right up around window. It kind of throws things off for a little bit.
True.
Seru coy, sekarang tuh jadi seimbang semua gitu loh, nggak ada yang mendominasi.
Or did he overpush so that he gives more information and more map control for Zeta Division? Went for the latter, so he reaps the benefits of that. Only good for the first kill, but yeah.
Holds out that operator, that's the thing. So
yeah, true.
Buys up now, T1 on the half buy.
T1's very adamant about that this mid control. Because every time they don't get that mid control, Zeta's somehow always knocking on A short or somewhere. Right? And those are the rounds that Zeta has gotten pretty successful on. Okay, Null command.
Oh, ketahuan tuh.
Arby's been spotted actually coming around the corner here. He could be in a bad spot.
Boy,
does he. Depp now holding the angle. Fragment activated so that Depp can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Excurate, very vocal player of T1, gets a bit of
vocal player.
Good for the one, but I mean, that's Depp, so
Emang bawel
right direction here as T1 forced to go for this retake. Looking quickly into the minimap, one holding B main. Side player is on the alert. If he can get Laz, the pinch could be better here for T1.
Such an interesting like retake toxic screen, exactly. Side player, of course, then he would have the Blade Storm up as well, but you gotta watch out for that alarm bot. He knows it's there. Timing is crucial. Going along with the team now.
Yo!
There it is.
Saya player.
There it is indeed, and here comes the offense right now for T1. Do they still have enough time though, or can they only just let Zeta Division pull the angle here? Euron popping shots through the smoke, and boy is he blind, but he is not going to miss a beat with that Odin.
I really like that.
Odin.
I mean, first of all, you gotta admire Depp. You gotta admire how he gets these entries. Apart from that, just Yunan. I mean, the decision-making not to fully commit to the spray and like swing his mouse wildly back and forth. He actually gets off of it and then repositions, because if you do stay in that spray, your tracers are visible, your opponents can fire right back. So very well played by Zeta. And if I were to add, I mean, just another interesting note. Actually, last year for Masters Tokyo,
drop it for
T1 was that team that knocked Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta Masters Tokyo. So if Zeta can actually win this, that would be huge.
So it is some form of retribution.
Little bit.
All right, I like it. Storyline, setup, revenge arc. I mean, not guaranteed, but we are seeing a possibility here. That being said, though,
for the revenge arc.
True. That being said, though, both of the initiators for T1 and Zeta have been very good at utilizing these Odins, man. The Odin spam is great.
Kena satu doang.
He's going in for more. I mean, at parties, you don't want to double dip, but in Valorant, it's perfectly normal. Even rewarded at times.
Without a doubt, I mean...
Wih, mati. Mati. Mati dong saya player.
What a shock dart from Euron. Gets the one. That's
well placed, but apart from that, you know, after a little bit of pressure onto B, the rest of the team already rotated closer towards A. Excurate and Izu better be ready.
Last has been spotted already. That is a magical camera there. And Izu, boy, is playing with the hearts here. He cannot get denied. It's all down to Euron. Chases it right in. Time and everything. Very much against him, and Excurate finishes it off.
As he was the one who starts it as well. I mean, that spy cam was everything. He saw so much, did not shoot out any tracers, just called for the team. Hey, they're right up here. Izu, be prepared for this. Hunter Sweet goes out. Izu's just dancing, dude, and he doesn't get tagged by it whatsoever. In fact, he actually picks up those 2 frags. And off of it now, of course, T1 picks up the win. It's back to that mind game of like, is Zeta Division gonna try
ayo. Jangan terlalu ketinggalan jauh.
B-main has been a bit of an area for contention, right?
Time out dulu, guys. Lalu musiknya bahaya, guys. Copyright. Tiga, dua, satu, let's go.
They have this additional support, and Carpe as the IGL too, being able to support his teammates that way. Lots of support in the crowd for T1, to say the least.
I mean, we got an interview a while ago, right, where one of the fans just said that he's here not feeling any fatigue whatsoever, waiting for this specific match. I'm not sure if you picked up the fans, you know, on our microphones, but they do be faithful to T1. And T1 is not disappointing at all here, Quack.
None whatsoever. At least not for this round in the books. It is that half buy coming out from Zeta. T1 has to definitely make their buy count. Saya off the Blaze, if anything. And with the way that they're positioned right now, not seeing anything towards mid, not really giving out too much. Just ready with that Odin.
Depp is all gonna really fall down onto him unless that Odin spam from for Carpe gets so much more value. Saya player get a little bit too heated on him there, forced dash away. This heavy contact from Zeta Division pays off. They'll be able to pick up all the weapons, get them upgrades, and even use that kill from the extra sauce.
Oh.
But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here. It will get broken because of the trade, but Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3. Extra getting close onto the site. Gives away his position. Smoke gives him a little bit of cover, but also separates the rest of the team right now as Saya player whiffs the blades, gives the chance. Zeta Division answer back.
My man. I mean, I got to see that replay on that execute from Zeta Division because they went in so quickly. Depp right on top of Generator. Even though Carpe had an Odin, didn't quite know how to respond so well. And with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay, they were able to kind of fend off each section of the site.
Yeah.
Rossi though, man, what a team player, you know, sacking his own life just to deal with that lockdown. But the little bits of movement, dodging out the sprays, kept the rest of Zeta Division alive. So now 3-5. The buy's back on their side.
Also,
T1 just, yeah, not quite synchronized.
Sorry, I just wanted to add as well. It felt like the nano swarms that we saw Laz throw was in benefit for T1, but it actually works a little bit differently there, just to flush out, you know, certain corners and stuff. Plus, again, if it's your own teammate nano swarm, you take somewhat reduced damage, so you can swim in it theoretically, you know. So you can use that as some form of aggressive push strat. Speaking of aggressive push strats, Saya player, he doesn't have a tailwind inside of the smoke. Is he gonna risk it?
Nah lagi nih saya nih.
Never mind.
Saya udah dipantekin terus coy, nggak dikasih kabur.
Yeah, Zeta knowing that there has
bisa di
been a
spam
lot of
skill.
noise, a lot of presence that they made previously towards this mid area.
48
T1 definitely coming in to investigate, so not wanting to challenge them all too long, not at least until, you know, piece of utility like the turret gives it up. Now they know there are some players up towards A short.
30 seconds.
They are running out of time.
30 detik habis langsung.
Might just come down to this crazy execute.
Anjay, ini udah siap multi nih.
Oh,
Wah, kena semua 5-5-nya.
They could be swimming in this with very much reduced HPs.
Ketahuan semua 5-5.
Saya players already looking for the lurk right now. Carpe pushes up.
Sabar weh, sabar itu saya player lagi ngelur. Astaga, nggak sabaran.
There's a chance, there's a
lagi
world
ngelur,
where they can find the
coy.
spike in, but Saya player is wreaking too much havoc on that flag.
Cuma dong lurkingnya.
And Rossi,
sabar lah.
placing the back of the site. Huron, he's absorbing the snake bite to position himself for a better peek, but it doesn't work out. It's a 1v1.
Gile, let's.
Once again,
ngeri kali.
One tap, one kill.
No
luck, all skill.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Wow.
That was awesome. I mean, you're on tanking that snake bite just to hold it off and make sure that Rossi would not be able to peek out that quickly. That was something. It takes nerves of steel to do that. But apart from that, too, I mean, just with the way that the fight breaks out, you would have assumed that Carpe, everyone, the Nightfall, they should have gotten that fight. But then Zeta inside of the smoke, not to mention Sugar Zero picking out that multi-kill, really turns things around.
Where is this blade going? Clearing up the entirety of A main as well as Wine, just in case somebody creeps up in there. Pop shot on short with the Marshall. Not sure if that was heard properly by Zeta. Regardless of which, it's going to be a mid push anyways.
Yeah, making use of that movement speed. Depp has cut through Market Pizza before, but now he's up against Saya.
He doesn't hit.
Whoosh.
He's chasing him down.
Oh.
Maybe a little bit too much, but still
ngeri
works for
banget.
Depp. Clean
Lompat
takes,
dari kepala.
great flash. 2 players on the site. It's going to be Carpe somewhere hidden on B. Huge hunt, maybe a couple of pop shots through the smoke. This wall from the Viper is giving some cushion right now, Quack, for the rest of T1. Zeta Division They are cool, calm, and collected. They got 40 seconds. They can let them cook. They can wait for the utilities and make something happen. And through all of this, Izu actually TPs at the back of the site. What a hero! But can his
Kawan dong jadinya Karpe posisinya si Excurate kalau itunya dari situ. Lele dari situ.
Izu's down to 12, 25 seconds.
Walah.
It's not working out too well. There's Karpe through it all. And it's all down to Rossi, so some pretty big utility used by T1 and ultimately still giving up the B side in the end.
Look, this is
tapi ngeri ya di Zeta ya.
It's one of their
benar-benar nunggu 30
just
detik.
as Will pointed out during the map selection phase, they're very comfortable with
Gila. Langsung berempat maju coy.
Classic agent composition on this map. Izu, might have been able to, teleport over to assist the team, but with nothing but a Sheriff, it's just tough. And you got it, like you mentioned, Esther, right? It's awesome how Zeta was disciplined enough to tap the brakes. Let's, take a breather for a second. We might have gotten into sight, but we know they are all around. Let's not overly commit. Let's not make assumptions and just rush in as they've done before in the past year. And actually wait for a second. If someone peeks out, we'll be able to shoot them down. At the same time, we've got this Odin, so let's make some noise. Get these T1 players feeling uncomfortable, and then come in to destroy.
Is that the Carlisle Furia DNA injected into Zeta? Is on a round where T1 are not on the full weapons, right? But you've been mentioning it, I've been mentioning it, the thought process is there at least here for Zeta Division.
It's a fusion, Ezra.
But yeah, truthfully it is.
Yeah, because you still got Junior there, assistant coach. So now T1 feeling the pressure. They've only got 3 rounds. If they can win the last 2, that would not be too bad. Then again, timeouts being spent.
And these contact plays that we've seen from T1, right? They've been relying a lot on Saya player. And again, as I mentioned,
Let's go, lanjut lagi. Masih 20 detik lagi.
Oh, yeah.
That only happened for a couple of rounds now, but in the rounds that Zeta Division have won as of recent, I think 2 to 3 rounds straight.
It's not always just that.
That's true, and they haven't gotten that initial contact with side player. He's always peeked up on short. He's always been smoked off, and he can't get that again initial contact here for T1.
So now back on the operator, he's looking for that contact, but I don't know if it's going to happen that easily. Both of them looking to inch out towards B main, but look at how Zeta is reading this as well. All you got is Laz getting the info. The rest of them, making markers, exploring all throughout the other parts of the map. If we know that Saya is here, we know that the other half of the map is slightly more open. Let's take down Izu.
Dep. Oh, what a smoke from Rossi here too.
They're
going the opposite direction, but it is falling as soon as it gets set up. Zeta Division though.
Tapi kayaknya gampang kedebak ya. Saya player selalu ngejaga di situ.
Because Carpe's already here, but
Gila.
it seems to be like an over push on T1 side. But I mean, it's granted because they do
Double
have a numbers advantage. Laz now in a 2 versus 1. He's got to have to make something out of nothing. And that's not going to happen. It's not possible. And T1 on all fronts.
75 pa, 84. Ayo.
Timeout's effect now. After called by Coach Autumn. First of all, yes, Saya's still, looking for that early contact, but it's not just that anymore. It's a bit more information, trying to inch out a little bit further, get that timing. We understand that, if they're not really pushing out B main, Excurate, Rossi, just stay prepared. Izu, stay prepared. And all the utilities come out at the right time. Excurate landing the first shot. They blocked off every single avenue of entry.
The clapback is just beautiful here from T1.
Null
command pinch coming in from mid. Paranoia as they detain or delay the players on B main here. And this is why he's the big brother, dude. He's the one that started it all for Santos.
Hey.
Hiroran able to get the shutdown, but he's alone on an island for
Hiroran tinggal sendirian nih guys.
Unbelievable. Just the mechanical skill involved to make such plays, but also knowing to position themselves in that spot.
Absolutely.
Zeta tries to go for a different approach, right? You got the mid to B, but then it got blocked off that way.
Langsung watch this. Jebret. Ya, turu dong.
From any kind of good information whatsoever. Forced to back away. The paranoia is just so damn annoying. Snake bite, pinning him out in the open. That's going to be T1 with the 5-7 half.
Keren itu apa namanya sinergi antar timnya. Di sini gua flash, gua snake bite.
Got the paranoia.
Mantap.
Let's see how they can carry that over onto the next half. Again, this composition very interesting.
Zeta Division. Ya, pada milih Zeta ya. Bukan Vestia Zeta ya guys, ini Zeta Division ya.
However, onto the next half, how do you make use of that Viper on the attack? How does this all pan out?
I'm already just imagining there's a bunch of lineup plays.
So we've seen Loud try this before.
Please do refresh my memory with this.
Like the Viper Harbor stuff, and it kind of feels a little bit weird whenever they try to push into B. You know, it's like smokes and walls. But then other teams are just like, we can just spray them down, kind of. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, and I can't be entirely correct, but it is this double controller that I'm very curious to see how they're going to apply it, especially now that they've gotten a little bit of experience with this roster from the AVL.
Okay. I'm looking at
Chamber, udah nggak ada yang pakai chamber ya, benar-benar udah nggak kepake gitu tuh agent. Habis di nerf di VCT jarang yang make cuy.
For so much segmentation
on dulu rebutan banget,
right? Because you have two of the controllers, you have twice the capability right now to we want to push deeper onto mid. Sure, Omen smoke enough for us, and then we'll have like a Viper wall outside of market so that no one from the side can actually look onto market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios much more accessible to T1, obviously because of the double controller, compared to Zeta that only has Sugar Zero on that Omen.
Yeah. I'm just like still feeling, you know, you're
Malam Kakara, halo Kurorin, welcome. Kamu nggak mau main Palo? Aku lagi nonton sih tadi sambil main sih.
But let us see.
Lagi seru nonton Apak.
That was Euron. Also,
tadi udah sih pasti sih.
Very early on, only spotting out.
Aku tuh tadi pengen streaming Valo, terus kan target mungkin kan kalau sesuai jadwal tadi kan jam 5 sore ya. Paling match terakhir tuh selesai jam 8 gitu. Ternyata baru mulai jam 7 match ini. T1 versus Zeta baru mulai jam berapa tadi? Jam 8-an ya baru mulai. Ngaret jadinya ya udah sekalian nobar aja lah. Jadi males.
Still though, Tree, that's gonna be a big stack. Without the flashes, how do you break through it? Saya, he's gonna have to find that contact and he's gonna have to do it safely.
Execute though, he snuck in.
No way.
Euron's not even aware of this. He's just looking towards mid. And Execute has found his access all the way through spawn. Here comes the push out on short.
No way.
Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn. He's aware of this, but the damage is being done already by T1. Here onto the side.
What?
Euron misses the timing there. Execute's flank perfect. Sure, it's going to get traded out, but the damage being done. Site secured, and T1 has every bit of advantage taken to put themselves in a better spot in post-plant.
That actually worked. Okay. I can't believe it. Execute looking through all the way like that with the toxic screen that Zeta thought was kind of just left alone. Now with the retakes, how do you follow through?
They're just brute forcing their way. Let's see how well their brute force is going to work out. I mean, Sugar Zero and Dep is dealing some damage. Is there any smokes that, again, Sugar Zero can put himself on? Half on the defuse. He's got to have
nggak dapet.
What heroics from Dep and Sugar Zero, the mainstays of Zeta Division.
Di bait sama Silas sih, Lasnya lompat duluan, pada nembakin, duanya baru turun belakangan. Mantap. Nice strat. Zeta berkembang sih, berkembang pesat sih. Intinya sih Pasifik lagi pada naik semua nih. Cuman memang roster barunya nih, rookie-nya GG cuy. Bikin perubahan ini, perubahan meta.
To deny any spike defenses.
That was such a big round too. I mean, imagine losing that. T1 has all the right to bring back a a deficit.
Gue demen ngeliatnya nggak ngebosenin gitu. Kalau misalnya setiap kan beberapa VCT di tahun-tahun sebelumnya ini kan sama semua kan roster. Ya paling cuma 1-2 orang doang gitu. Ini bener-bener kayak diputer semua yang muter-muter orangnya baru-baru, tapi timnya tetap sama. Jadi lebih stabil sih, lebih seimbang. Bisa nggak nih? Tinggal berdua sih, bisa sih. Kabur, saving. Temu nggak nih? Oke.
That's the scariest thing
Kevin
so far
Susanto.
Also, I mean,
saving.
You see this toxic screen, it's always placed up towards B. That's the power of the double controller. Zeta's always going to have to be wondering, is someone going to make use of this? Are they actually going to push through to B now? Or how do we position ourselves?
X.
Kena nih X.
You know what?
Nah kan? Shuret kebiasaan lari-larian.
If you're somebody from Zeta that also wants to peek out through B main, you can't see nothing through that smoke. Sure, you can maybe pop a couple of shots, but visual confirmation is down to a 0 as long as that wall's up. And there's a world where T1 just like 4 stacks it, drops the wall, and gets like a massive contact with sheer numbers. But again, one of those things. Just saying.
That's really cool, though, actually, yeah. I mean, that's what this toxic screen does. It actually controls so much. So, I mean, it's a very good composition, and you can see what it's used for. Of course, it takes a team like T1 to actually make it effective.
Fair.
Yeah, we can't do this in our premier games at home.
It's shot.
Saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen.
Banana Boys.
Actually, can't remember the name of our team now. I'm so sorry to every teammate that hears this. From our team, our premier team. Anyways, back into the nitty-gritty. They're really important.
Yeah, we lost the Guardian. Only Dep has the hero Phantom right now.
Yeah. This is not looking too hot here for Zeta Division. T1 taking their sweet time, seeing if there's any nooks and crannies that there's any littered Zeta players. Would be great if they can get that quick 4 to 5. But even if it's not, I mean, just a full force on the B side or on any side, it's going to be much to handle, especially when Dep, the only, as you mentioned,
30 detik. Let's go.
player is stuck
Harus rush ini, harus masuk. Kalau kelamaan, nggak bisa.
He's alone by himself, though, but he's got the weapon.
It's a one and done.
30 seconds left.
Can't quite commit to the spray, so got the one. Rossi trades right back. Now A site is open. The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but I don't know how much that is going to do.
Kosong katanya.
Well, I mean, if they push up on the short, they're going to pick up at least 2. They want to open that door. They want to punish whatever they're trying to break through here. 2 from the flank coming in. So that will be Euron as well as now picking it up.
Wow.
Nightfall activated for safety. T1 making things short here, man. And I mean, I don't blame them. They still are at a 2-round deficit, so the more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1.
Oh no.
It's turning into a full-on blast battle. Trigger Zero stuck on generator.
Izu pakai stinger mulu dah.
T1, one more round to equalize things in the
Anjir. Gak pernah ganti senjata Izu.
I mean, of course,
dia tugasnya beli-beliin senjata buat orang, coy. Ini beliin si Carpe nih.
That fragment was tossed through, but you can always see just the movement from Izu with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes. Very, very tricky. Meanwhile, on the other half of it, just back into the game, right?
Yeah.
T1 with the approach on the attack. We're talking about that toxic screen, but in this round, they just kind of waltzed into A after taking down Dep. So there are so many things that they can do, again, buying the attention away because of that toxic screen, or just creating presence around other parts of the map. Of course, now that Dep has kind of lost his life around short by himself, maybe Zeta senses to call for further reinforcements. Is it going to be enough, though?
Mantawan
at least that recon, excuse me, that Sova drone does give away something. What aggression here from Dep to swing out. I mean, sure, he's got get some safety with that tailwind, but like Elsa, this bro is going into the unknown. That gives him the control of A short. Mid only has a measly alarm bot activated here, so here comes the rest of T1 marching in, barging in. But wait, hold on. I haven't seen the rotation here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Dep at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1, they might not know what they can uncover at the back at this entire B site. Excuse me, so I'm fumbling, because right now, this is gonna go for a full blast fight. And Dep hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to happen here.
Gila Dep.
Is holding on.
Dep gila Dep. Dep gila Dep.
It's perfect.
Oh.
Excurrent now has the hold. Players late lurk on mid. And T1, they managed to make it happen.
Itu kalau Dep dapat lagi Excurrent bubar sih.
But that said, T1 with the number still just
8 sama nih kekejar nih. Apakah akan ter-comeback?
You might have lost some earlier on, but then as Excurrent comes back in, man, this guy still
Gila ya, Excurrent ya.
star fragger for the team.
Masih pedes aja gitu aimnya. Mantan pemain CS.
What? I heard like a black from. Is that like a voice line?
Si, kita delay.
Anyways, okay. While we have this timeout, I just want to talk about quick cause and effects, right? The standard composition on Ascent for any team here that Zeta's using up against what T1 is employing right now, right? The big factor here is if you can bait out the non-refundable, non-rechargeable utilities of both the Sova and the
Time out 10, 9, 8, 7 ya. Kendorin guys. T1 lagi panas itu. Nah, ini si Kevin nih. Bawel ya. Langsung jadi IGL kali dia ya.
Use their own players to
Mantap
guard
juga.
certain
Emang
locations.
Base checks.
susah sih
Exactly.
mantan pro
And
player
because of that,
CS.
T1 with the Rossi up and down
Join
smokes
ke
and segregation of the
Valorant.
smokes from both of the double controllers is making it easier for them. Zeta is
Gila, saya
playing
player
in their hands,
nge-picknya dari
the
sini, lihat.
longer they lose their, the more they lose their utility, and the more that they get pushed into the side to hold it.
That's a great point.
Dia nunggu dulu ya.
T1, you know,
Benar-benar nunggu
that's the
delay.
thing about the composition that Zeta are playing.
Gak ada yang mau maju lah Zeta.
It
Nahan
gets a
limit.
little bit tricky. It kind of turns into that battle of resources.
Yeah.
And well, players are.
Mereka lagi pada
resource as
eco,
well,
nggak bakal
right
ngerush
now,
lah.
Apart from players, economy is also
Oh,
something that they're
si
kind
Dep
of running
ke
low on.
ulti.
So we're waiting for that reset, and in the meantime, maybe they can get as much information as to how T1 approaches as much as possible. I think that's why we're seeing this a bit of that B main presence. Toxic screen, you know, nobody's really working their way around it, so maybe Hiroran just kind of goes in and positions himself up there. Meanwhile, the rest of them, they've got some of these sheriffs. Dep on the Blade Storm, just guarding A Heaven.
And this comp from Zeta, you know, that everybody uses on Ascent.
1, 2,
is
3.
That mainstay
Nice.
for such a long for such a
X-Geared again.
Yeah. Gets Huron just hunker down on B main. Euron's the only one left standing here.
Eh, nice
They
dude.
both try to push in, but X-Grid's timing his reads.
30 seconds left.
He is so ratty.
Gila ya.
That's years of
Itu gue demen pakai
FPS
Cypher gitu
experience
nge-rap.
for you. It's just translating into
Oh.
Valorant pretty well. Sure, he gets shut down by Laz, but 2 kills already. Loss of big firepower on that B site. Time is an issue here.
Oh!
If Laz can connect, he can convert. Maybe that was
Uh,
something he needed. That
tipis
second
banget
kill
tuh
on
kalau
Rossi,
Laz
though.
dapet.
Even that first one, it's not going to be enough. He needed to really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Dep can visualize something. Oh!
Bawahnya nggak lihat.
Oh god, he's just...
Oh no.
Yep.
Miss.
He forgot Rossi, couldn't get the kill on Izu.
Iya.
So unless he could get the kill on Izu quick enough and then transition into Rossi, there was no world where Dep would have, you know, clutched that.
True.
Wah,
The
comeback.
tagging slows him down as well, makes him an easier target. But apart from it too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where Zeta Division didn't have all too much, but with the way that they didn't show off any executes, it's just X-Curate. Sneaks up. Maybe
Sneaky
drops
shot,
the last,
sneaky,
but
sneaky.
those 2 kills were big enough. Now Excurate is offing too. Oh, there, he's back.
No, he wants to showcase, why he was the one to be feared before, and the other Bang Bang. Couple of tags here right now for T1. 3-man stack on B. Euron's waiting for any contact as he's preparing the dart already for the push, but T1, they're no fools, man. They will let it cook a little bit. They already got control of that B site.
Ih, kena nih.
Back away if they want to.
Timing banget.
If they do, there's like 2 players that they can catch off on the spawn. It doesn't matter anymore. Sugar Zero's by himself. He really has to just do godly anchoring stuff here, or else. Well, he does get 2. But, Zeta's never in a spot where he can really be confident in retaking things.
Gila, Excurate udah pakai OP nih.
Right in front of them, and T1
Apakah dikasih? Oh, dikasih ke saya.
Double digits already.
Dibuang. Dibuang ya OP. Oh, enggak ada yang diambil saya.
Forced by, they haven't dropped a single bit, and Zeta, you're starting to think this might be another one of those rounds where they have to kind of half buy it up or save it up, and pretty soon, maybe hopefully a timeout being called by Coach Carlisle. Because again, now showing off some of these executes, right? They get a bit of space, they sit pretty, maybe dropping a little bit to Sugar Zero, but the response from Depp and the rest of the squad not quite following through.
It seems like they can't.
Yeah, they had no idea.
Yeah. So it's more of them just hoping that this stack that they're doing in the back of the site is going to be enough. But we've seen it for these multiple rounds already that it really hasn't. So what's the mix-up here for Zeta? What's the call of their IGL to alleviate this? Oh, damn. Yikes! He's down to half.
It's still alive. Still kicking. Not quite sure how to adjust around the defense, though. T1, with the way that they're playing around this, Depp kind of being beckoned over again.
He readdresses, puts himself right at the start, right at the corner here. And that's not the call. That's not the play that we were looking for. But it's the kill on Saya player. And simultaneous enough. Excurate, hard lurking. Euron.
Oh my god.
I don't know how safe he can really be at this point. He does deal some damage.
Oh, Euron. Nice try banget.
If he can win that fight against Izu, there was 2 more to deal. And this is just T1 toppling Zeta's first half.
Yeah, it's
dibalik langsung di comeback guys Zeta guys.
They know exactly that every other team, or at least Zeta Division still, it might be a new roster, but the idea is that the game plan centered around this exact classic composition. It's always the same thing. Meanwhile, for T1, when you got players like Saya, you got players like Rossi, you got players like Excurate, they can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again. Saya picks up quick op kills on his own. Similar to how X would have done so on the B side before. Now, the whole team kind of holding default. Saya looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
What a risk for Zeta to play in. It actually still works out in the end. Excurate now should get spotted as well here, as he uses the smokes to get him out of harm's way. We haven't really seen any aggressive push-outs from Zeta at all.
Ooh.
No? Like, no Korean flash and dash on mid. If ever we see any of that, it's always just been Depp just swinging out, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I feel like no big reason to, because they're always kind of anticipating that T1 is playing that default, and that's what they're doing this round. Very, very tricky to work off against. So just kind of hanging back and playing off of it. Hirodon now.
He's getting chased. Wow, he has to hold this. He's good enough for the win, though. They do know that Rossi as well as Excurate somewhere stuck on spawn. What is Depp thinking about here?
Wah!
It's him just thinking about,
gila, dapat 2.
Maybe it's my time to shine, you know?
Ngeri banget.
Give myself some highlight reels.
Pala-pala.
Start this 2024 right. He does get that one.
mean, I
Add
gotta
it to the playbook.
think about how that B main was played out. Dep picking up the first kill, maybe around the toxic screen, or maybe not even. They didn't see all too much. So once that owl drone was sent through, we instantly knew, all right, I could do something against Saya player. And as soon as that pressure is alleviated, you know, they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest of them finding some frags, Hiroran getting the information for the team. Dep is able, or at least enable.
Ayo end dong, tutup dong. 11 nih, 11-9 nih. Kalau nggak ditutup bisa kebalap lagi sama Zeta. Oh, udah mulai. Let's go. Selesai.
I am expecting for someone to bring that trophy home. But apart
So
from
close
that
to home too.
Exactly, right? Still, this round, Saya still on that off, very scary. Euron back on the Odin. Just kind of posted up.
What a risky spot for Dep too.
Xcurt still lurking.
I mean, this time though, they've put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with Xcurt.
Here.
Now that they don't see anybody on B main, you can see
Pala
the
harusnya
location
kena
from
sih.
Blaz right now.
Kurang
If
turun
he
dikit.
can maybe stop Xcurt from breaking this alarm bot and shutting him down, that could be something if he pushes on A main here. Sugar Zero. Ooh boy. But again,
Get out.
Gila.
Dep still
Langsung
on
di
the
spam
corner.
gitu, ngeri
It's
banget.
very important that Zeta does not like move
Sugar
too
Zero ya
much
panik
right now.
anjir.
Because if they get punished by Xcurt, or if Xcurt goes in deep enough, then some rotations might come through. We got
Ada
45
ininya,
seconds left.
ada apa namanya?
Oh, this is the worst case
Rapnya
scenario right now
Killjoy
for
tapi di
Zeta.
mid.
This push out on short, if Hiroran can't hold this, Dep's hold on this boost spot for the past minute or so is going to be nasty.
Okay, Poison Cloud.
Oh.
Ooh.
Just
Timing
get
lang.
one. He dashes over, but gets
Hey.
immediately traded. Activates the
Blast.
Hunter's Fury. And Hiroran holding on.
Oh, Hiroran.
He does blast Xcurt away. That's a spike drop down on short too. 12 seconds. So unless Saya player can take down 4 players in 2-second intervals each with 8 seconds left, quick maths for you, this should be another round for Zeta Division.
Abor.
I was not able to calculate or catch any of that, but yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Too many. But yeah, I mean, it really is those 4 players. I think that's the main thing, because they were able to stay alive. Dep having the skill to react to players who are trying to approach from tree. Pump the brakes for T1. I think there was that timeout called from Autumn to maybe attempt at a new default to try to sneak their way in, but because they weren't able to catch or fish for anything, Xcurt couldn't find any other kills off of his lurk. It's that much easier for Zeta to go through. Now, here's a different aggressive play from Zeta.
Wah, anjir. Ngeri banget. Anime battle.
Against Saya player. Still though, quick little trade.
Terbang dua-duanya anjir.
It's Zeta wanting to get the one up onto T1 here. It is trade for trade. There is that quick TP at the back of the site. Is it going to be full committance? Dep.
No.
Neural Theft activated as well. Izu did commit his use on from the shadows to the back of sight, but the spike did not come with him.
Duel ngadu jet.
Still hovering somewhere here on A main in the hands of Carpet.
Exactly, trying to sell a fake. But Dep kind of saw a glimpse of something towards top mid, so he has an idea. Rest of the team just split up, trying to get the information around the sites. Izu, though, could still be a very deadly force. If he even gets 1 frag, that is quite a bit of damage.
Absolutely, especially with 2 players already committed to hold this B position.
Gak bisa
They're
nih, gak
calling
bisa
them
masuk.
back?
Tapi masih berempat.
Oh.
They have 30 seconds. They can do this, but
Gonna have to be a really slow creep.
30 seconds
They have to run for it.
Anime
though.
betul.
Again, it'll take like
Terbang sama-sama terbang dua-dua.
Okay.
Lempar-lemparan pisau.
Laz has lockdown. Laz has turret. Back towards A.
There's just
Ya, mati dong Izu.
Oh.
Dev's got the first one. Nightfall activated. They'll trace everyone.
What the hell? Pakai Odin.
That's right, Zeta Division. Sheath your samurai sword.
Gile. Nggak dikasih masuk.
God, anime duel up in
Anime
the air.
duel itu, anime
Then
duel.
after that,
Kan komentatornya juga ngomongnya anime duel.
being stationed and
Ini.
staying
Anjay.
so much. And then as the dust settles, yeah, they're from the shadows. Play some mind games.
Rata
But Zeta just stays calm and collected. You know, feeling the pressure that they had from last year, maybe this would have been different, but this year, this brand new Atarashi Zeta Division, they are so much more rejuvenated and ready.
Dev's got his operator out.
Dar, nggak kena.
Close.
Truly close indeed. Saya player
Wow, sekarang nafsu saya ngejar si Dev.
He wants that contact play in motion, but off-cap kills Euron and Dev. Rossi and Saya answers back. Last at the back of the site, gets some coverage on the smoke by his teammate. Has to hold. If he makes any big noise, that could give Rossi an opportunity here. As you do see Izu slowly creeping his way onto fast lane. The fragment's perfect. That does force back Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's just trapped. He bumped himself into the corner, and it's all down to Izu.
Nggak bisa sih.
50 seconds.
12-11 sih.
He's pushing himself forward. He knows he can't plant the spike without them punishing him, so he might as well just be proactive with this one. And Laz finds him with the beautiful 3K. And all turned up over its head. T1, they had a string of rounds, but Zeta also got their own.
Apakah akan ditutup match pertama ini? Zeta bangun juga ya. Tadi udah sempet tidur dia pas ganti side. Mau comeback, baru bangun lagi. Bakal overtime atau selesai 13-11.
The last 3 kills. Laz was that controlled that he didn't push past the dark cover, even getting information on towards lane and then peeking out for the final 2. Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for Xcurit? He's already been spotted! Euron coming in from the pinch all the way from downtown onto short. Snakebite activated here on A main. Maybe to stop any pushers out from Zeta Division, but ultimately also stops T1 from pushing up into A main right now.
Yeah,
muter lagi dong, balik lagi dong.
Impact kill. Xcurit has been such an annoying lurk for the past several rounds. Now they're just like, you know, if
Tahuan si Xcurit udah ketahuan. Nih orang suka ngeplank nih satu di sendirian.
Let's punish him.
That was also the first time we've seen that pinch play come out from Zeta, so
yeah,
that's the reason why I kind of freaked out a little bit.
I'm freaking out right there with you, dude. Now it's going to be a 4-on-5 without Xcurit. That's a lot of pressure off of Zeta's shoulders.
True, but all things can always be turned up.
This is for that overtime or bust, man.
Yes, for sure.
Aduh, itu trapnya di situ lagi ya, tahuan.
Has the lockdown for the retake.
They do have this smoke though. With the Prowler combination, it pushes back so much. You can't see Laz has to hold on.
Aduh, nggak lihat saya.
Beautiful bait and switch.
Zeta enak banget dari atas.
Now, there's going to be the plant on the spike.
Lockdown. Lockdown.
They do have it. Rossi's gonna hold the angle here. No, 2 of them will actually do so. Crossfire's bound. Euron's finally shut down here, but this could become deadly, which it does. Izu gets spotted out. Rossi's already done his damage.
Aduh, Karpenya di atas, ngapain?
With Guardia not gonna happen for now. And now Rossi, 50 HP.
What are you gonna do?
Lockdown.
Nggak bisa sih.
Cross or even get a kill.
Ya, timing.
Maybe he has his ultimate. I don't know. He's there, but again, the detain is looming over his head, and Zeta Division.
Gila, ngeri, bangun juga. Nggak jadi ke comeback, guys. Bangun belakangan.
Just the first map, but my oh my. First of all, that forced buy from T1 in the second half gave them such a streak, 6 rounds in a row. But then Zeta, off of the, just one adjustment, depth coming in, being alive once more. Somehow, even with T1's timeout, they weren't quite able to answer back.
Carlos is giving everybody from Zeta right now two-handed high fives.
High tens.
High tens.
And if you look at the stats too, I mean, Zeta Dep has so much.
All right, and we're just gonna pass it on to our panel to discuss that first game.
Man, every single map.
Udah. Kita main dulu. Apa? Soalnya cepet banget. Gila, nggak dapat matchnya. Jangan-jangan lagi pada nonton VCT semua.
Match found.
Ya. Bind.
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know.
Musuhnya ngeri, cuy. Let's go. Sempet nggak ya? Sebelum mulai lagi Zeta.
Wavers in strong wind.
Zeta Division. Optimus Prime.
Smoke's down.
Dashin tuh.
Enemy spotted. Found you.
Spike planted.
My camera is destroyed.
Last player
Ya
standing.
Allah, jetnya ngalangin. Psycho pick.
Burn bright, Phoenix.
Dia nggak ada itu kan, nggak ada wall sage, wall deadlock doang.
Here. Many enemies.
Smoke's down.
Stay down.
Spike planted.
That's done.
See ya.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
Aduh, nice try.
That Brimstone's a stubborn ass. Reminds me of someone.
Ente. Belum mulai kan ya? Masa belum mulai sih? Masih ngoceh guys, nanti lagi guys.
Okay, let's get set up.
Launching smoke.
Many enemies A.
Alah.
Volley.
Ayah, nggak dicek dong atau kiri kanan atas bawah.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Langsung dihajar semua.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Any pattern to read it. Tim gue apa sih? Gol 3, gol 1, 4-2. Musuhnya ada diamond 2. Biasanya belum ketebak.
I must make my weapon better.
Launching smoke.
Oh yeah! Monster on the move!
Now we're cooking.
Enemy spotted A. Return to dust.
Reloading.
Molly.
One down. Where is everyone hiding?
Spike planted.
Woi, spamnya woi.
One enemy remaining.
86 last.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Gimana ini teman-teman? Yes.
Smoke's down. Launching smoke.
Got one. Oh, my eyes are down.
1B.
Saya pernah cewek nih.
Spike planted.
2 on side.
Ada info nih.
Enemy spotted B.
Smoke's down. Open up the sky.
Reloading.
Stim beacon down.
My ultimate is ready.
Jet 54.
Be at peace.
One enemy remaining.
Oh good. City.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Gak kena lagi tuh. Nice try banget, nice try. Dibantai nih guys ini. Gue kocak mainnya. Nggak bisa nyerang lagi. Tidak ada firepower.
Wall raised.
Launching smoke.
Aduh. Ya Allah, jet. Udah di situ. Ya Allah.
We got a pick. We move in. Got it?
Amburadul, tim. Amburadul. Anjir, 4 ya udah aku pulang dah.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Smoke's down.
Got me.
My territory! My rules!
Spike planted.
Thrash isn't done with you!
Last player standing.
Waduh, tipis banget. Ih, gemes.
Okay, we know the drill.
Ya, ngajaknya
Stick to your
Suren.
roles
Kita lihat,
and
kita
we'll
lihat,
crush
kita
it.
lihat. Udah mulai belum? Suren, coy.
Attackers win.
Cupu. Cupu. Cupu banget tim gue tuh ngomongnya. Gue masih kedua nih tuh. Ini apa nih? Apa ini? Kita lihat lagi sudah mulai atau belum? Niat kita mau nonton. Nih berdua ini doang nih yang masih setia nonton deh. Zetawin.
We would see Laz matched out, but he wants to be more of a utility player, you know. So he's gonna get himself that killjoy. But you're absolutely right. Although to be said, this is the map, at least from just remembering it from pure memory. Laz was the one that got so much impact play when he was on the chamber.
Yeah.
So you know that there is some familiarity with Zeta Division on Lotus.
There definitely was from that LCQ last year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But can that familiarity help you counterplay against someone who's that good, accurate, right? And they definitely have experience against
T1 versus Zeta Division.
So now that the tech issues have been resolved, let's get back into the game.
Yay! I'm very excited, guys. I just don't want to overdo my voice because we still have some
with the potential
highlights.
For a third map.
Also potential for for a very long time.
Trick some Red Bull.
Yes, it will give you wings.
Let's go.
Okay, hold on.
Mari kita menonton.
There's a paranoia setup here from Izu all the way on B. Is this a quick throw right now, or will they wait for contact first? Seems like it's going to be the wait for now. Don't want to pull the trigger too quickly. Because of that, look at this 3-man push already from T1. Loving the aggression. It's only the alarm bot holding them. And if Euron makes a mistake, it's going to be his life all for naught. No trades whatsoever. Huge push out coming in from T1.
Waltz straight into Rossi. Got the door activated as well, but because the guns were at the ready, T1 is not going to dare to challenge just yet. However, on the other half of the map, still Xcurate definitely thinking about positioning himself around Rubble. He's near enough to that rendezvous. Oh wait, no, that's his trademark.
Yeah. He actually recalls the rendezvous. So if he can hold out for like 10 more seconds, he can use it right now and be even more aggressive to push out, nearing that ultimate orb. There it is.
Akhirnya
he wants to go for heaven. It actually marks up.
Akhirnya chamber dipakai. Tapi emang cocok sih gameplaynya. Aduh.
That's 3 headshots. Fortunately not getting that
miss
contact.
dong, padahal dia
on the other
udah
side
diem.
though. Does find Rossi. Trying to flush him out with the nade here.
There we go.
He does get control of that C-long.
Gotta watch Waterfall and the door maybe. At the very least, they managed to take over the site.
Langsung
T1
masuk.
corralling around to kind of set up for the retake. You got definitely players headed up towards... Oh, wait, actually, no. So many of them headed towards Mount.
And this might actually be bad though, because if they wait a little bit longer, yeah, they have to break that turret very quickly right now. So Zeta Division knows that there is some Mount push. To what extent? Unknown. But here comes the push here and now. If Carpe can have his hunt up and available here as they want to explode through the smoke, this could be something.
Door.
They're able to at least get these contact plays, but it's heavily in the favor of T1. Hold on. Should have been turned on its head. 2 versus 2. There's one more. Easy.
Gila, Euron.
Assists
Ngeri.
Sugar Zero. Hand in hand. Breaks them down. And pistol secured. It looked a little bit iffy here for Zeta Division, but they come back again with the rookies taking charge.
Exactly right. Hirodon, 3 kills back to back. I definitely felt very shaken by this push coming out from T1. You're thinking about it might be a bit of a strong point, but because Zeta doesn't really know, they're kind of just stuck and pinned down in sight. They can't really use Waterfall to escape because they're always thinking somebody could be approaching from here. But as soon as Xcurate falls, and then the rest of them coming out from Mount, it was easily dealt with, and with Hirodon and Sugar Zero, that was just that much better. Now onto the next round, just these pistols. We got a little bit of information, but then Zeta, of course, with the guns, just playing it safe, playing it careful. Got the firepower, just make use of it.
They don't want to over-challenge just yet. Numbers can prove to be an important factor here for both teams.
Very nice check.
Yeah, just going to retake the utility right
now.
Don't
challenge the toxic screen, please.
Oh man, if that drops, every all hell will be unleashed. Trades still actually looking favorable here from the defender's side as Laz is down to single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt as they call in Xcurate reinforcements. Smoke's about to go down. 40 seconds. And all still up in the air here, Quack, especially now that, again, the chamber is available for contact.
Very close to it. It is definitely possible. Well, it depends on how sharp Xcurate can still be. That's it, you don't want to lose the guns. Laz on the Bulldog. But they have to make their way through. 20 seconds left.
He's using pump shots, isn't he?
It's a pump.
Yeah, he is. 15 seconds, though. They're all reloading. Oh my gosh, they actually go for the piece. 10 more seconds.
Gotta hunt.
He's gotta have to plant the spike here. Izu's getting closer and closer. My heart cannot take this.
Kena lo.
What a round from
Mantap.
2 pistols up against 3 rifles.
Gokil,
Yes, Laz was
gokil.
low, but wow.
Itu udah. Kalau gitu sih kalau mepet
And
ya.
you just think about how it all starts
One
off.
by one,
right? You
mepet
got
waktunya.
Zeta playing it
Mendingan
safe, that was
fokus duel
good. They
daripada
made use of
plan.
toxic screen, just checking. But then as soon as they go up around, mid-link area, That toxic screen that Rossi had blocked off so much, and rightfully so. Izu popping off. Just playing around his dark cover. Very good extension.
Very good use of cover as well, as you mentioned, to really put some hurt there on Sugar Zero. The push out from Excrit. If he stays here, he can still get that value and get away with bloody murder using that rendezvous of his. T1 truly on a warpath right now. Excrit's back into holding that B main. Door has been opened up, but attackers holding this position on B. Heron's about to just go into that embracing crosshair there of Excrit. He goes down, Spike as well along with him.
Oh shit.
And
Ngodin.
last to follow. T1. Excrit's just so good on this chamber.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, just with the way that they're getting the eliminations on this round. But I dare say, this could be looking to be, this is looking to be one of T1's sharper maps. Just a couple of days ago, right? Playing against Bleed in the first debut.
Yeah.
Breeze was picked by Bleed, and then that one kind of went overtime. Really long. But as soon as Bleed went over onto T1's score, it was 13-6. That was way more decisive than anything that we have ever seen before. And Carpe was the one kind of top fragging. Now it's going to be Saya playing with the raise nades.
Yeah, on a buy round 2 for Zeta Division. That's not looking too hot, especially now that, Zeta has the weapons per se. Euron even having to change up into a rifle from his Odin as he needs a little bit more of that precise firepower to maybe deal some damage here. And they got to be careful that they don't get hit by these wild shots from Rossi too.
There.
Side player's just holding an angle right now. Get a pick off very quickly, very cleanly. And Rossi, boy.
One enemy remaining.
Carpe's quick to go for the punish. And Laz all alone by himself. Lurking. So he has to pick up the spike. And he just has to go all the way for this pilgrimage on this A side. It's too pretty for him.
Yeah, he's got some stragglers tailing behind him too.
Oh yeah, you're right. And he does not have his turret, so they're just about to hit this lurk. And he's looking to what's in front of him. Yeah.
I mean, to me, like, this round, the way it starts off, of all things, a nade kill from Saya player. I'm not quite exactly sure of how that happened to some of the Zeta players, but it's not the way that you want the round to start, especially when you're starting things off with a full buy. It's just knocked right on over. Maybe was it a teleport? Ooh. Yeah. Just tossed right into the spot, kind of anticipating Zeta's game plan. And then at that point, it's already a 3-on-5.
Yeah.
Just because of nades. Huh?
I mean, it sees and nade.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So it's a double whammy. You cannot escape that once you get, tethered in. There. So womp womp for Zeta Division.
So back into it, round 5. It's the half buy. You got this Odin. You got Execute on the operator already. Saya player with the rockets.
By the way, this is a really strong angle for Rossi here because at his elevation, if you go right in front of him, that angle right there is well bangable, and you will get hit if you're not crouching down. And obviously, you will be walking, standing up straight. So if he's not flush out of his corner there, and he just follows anybody through the walls, it's a high percentage chance kill for Rossi.
Very crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much.
Yeah.
A single hit, Zeta could be able to take him off. But of course, Zeta trying to look for openings on the other sides. That's where Execute is.
There's so little options right now for Zeta that we're seeing here.
Oh, okay, Depth trying to bypass.
Sayang banget.
And they can't really plan on the platform, right? Because Rossi's right here with his spam. So this is just going to be a little bit of money. And Execute's timing as well as his hold on these lurks haven't just, again, leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
And it takes for Depp to play off of his teammate's contact just to take that Odin away. Spike might be planted, that's good enough for the economy, but Execute. Precise with that sniper. 4-1 for T1 now.
And he's sitting pretty with his tour de force also available for him. So this is, you know, hurt upon hurt.
Yeah, this is where T1 starts to really find the effective usage of this agents. You die with the operator, you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The tour de force. So of course now that Depp has the showstopper, Hirodon with the Nightfall, maybe looking for a bit of an execute. But it's going to take a lot more just to put T1 at the back foot.
And first things first, they have to flush out Execute. As long as they don't hear that snap of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do. They can choose to start pushing up. They got a couple of seconds, but the thing is, this is a false sense of security right now, Quack, as two players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And the longer they wait, the more chances they allow once again for, you know, Execute to place himself on an off angle, TP out, and the cycle, the ruthless cycle continues.
Not just Execute, right? You got Izu on this, you know, a little bit of an off angle.
Kenapa tuh saya?
Nightfall that, you know, puts out these tracker lines. Saya player tries to push them
back. Apa anjir?
But of course, Zeta has to play really, really careful about this. And with all that, it just burns down the timer a little bit more.
He shoots the nade into the doorway.
So it's going to be like alt for alt.
Yeah.
Now down to 40 seconds remaining. Sugar Zero trying to reposition from the shadows.
He actually opens up the doorway as well.
30 seconds left.
It looks like to be a feint too. He's gravitating attention here. That nade is going to be good for Depp though. That's going to flush out Saya player's positioning here. And Depp converts. Again, these kind of fights are incredibly messy, and they just have to make it happen, right? That's as good as it gets, to be honest. And Execute, it's not just the up, man.
Oh no.
It's everything. And it's all going to be down to Laz to plant that spike. Sugar Zero was way too far because he committed the feint already all the way on tree, and T1, these rounds are just pouring in.
Got 5 in a row.
Ya timeout nih,
5-1. Called for Zeta Division.
Harusnya sih timeout sih.
I don't know if I can find an answer to this. That's why I'm not a coach, but again, look at how T1 plays this. Although they did fight that feint for a bit, you know, from the shadows from Sugar Zero, as soon as the dark cover went out, Extra calls for rotations right back. And he knows how to position himself. He knows how to...
Time out kan, nggak mungkin enggak sih kalau ketinggalan 4 gitu. Di cooling down dulu, cooling down.
And he's still sharp. He's still sharp on that thing.
And again, there is no real counter against, I think, Execute here. You can throw as much utility to flush about one corner, but again, if T1 can delay long enough, the cycle can keep continuing, right? He can keep placing his rendezvous. The threat is back up
Even
again.
if you try to dive at him with a showstopper, he might be able to shoot you out of the air.
Exactly. So there really is no answer to him, and the big problem is Zeta Division, all the plays that they're trying to do is to alleviate, divert attention, force a rotation out of T1, but it isn't working because T1 knows that even if they don't rotate, they still have such a solid hold with all of the pieces spread out across the map.
Just wanting to play away from him, right?
Yeah.
But
Oh, udah. Let's go, kunjungin lagi.
Difficult to always pull that off. So maybe just give us the chamber versus chamber. Laz on chamber, you know, out off Execute.
I mean, I feel like Execute will just say that'll be a cold day in hell, that he'll be able to do that.
Yeah, but then we need Laz to say the same thing. But it is that bit of a half-buy round for Zeta. You got Depp on the Vandal still. But as they kind of push their way past pillars, Carpe gets all the information he needs.
I like how his teammate keeps opening the door so that Execute can just
checking, yeah.
Yeah. This is awesome.
Go again, Izu. Press it.
Now he has to hold for C-Long now. They know something's up.
Dark cover outs.
Yeah, that smoke gives him a little bit of that coverage. His teammates backing away. X-Ray with the bait and switch.
My God.
Nice banget
Yep,
mainnya, coy.
exactly that. Again, they just have to figure it out, and
30 seconds left.
it's going to result in Zeta Division having to just take the loss of a teammate, right, and go elsewhere. That's as good as it's going to get if Step doesn't get this.
Oh, Rossi.
It's falling apart, man. It is falling
Cepet
apart.
banget, coy.
Ripping
Langsung
through
dikeroyok.
round after round. Zeta Division just cannot find any leeway. And T1 is unstoppable.
Yo, similar streaks happened in their match against Bleed. It took like 4 or 5 rounds before Bleed actually answered back. This is incredible. Accurate. Izu controlling the map. And then, you know, maybe some weird whiffs here and there, but as Zeta tries, you know, to go in for such an effort just to, let's just ignore it, run away from Excurate. You got Saya player that you got to deal with.
Yeah.
It's 2 ops now. It's 2.
That's gotta hurt, man. 2 fronts. But of course, overwhelming firepower can also mean that the defense is not gonna look too hot, but I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holding that teeny tiny point of contact here. He gets smoked off himself. Zeta Division, again, they're very much lost for kind of contact here.
Very crucial for them to get bits more space. And then here comes that dep.
Itu.
Oh, what is this? He saw a little bit.
Ketahuan dong.
Did he saw a little bit, or was he just thinking, this is a Omen-sized smoke? Or Omen-sized pocket of a smoke.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if I shoot this and then someone comes out. Izu does.
But of course, I mean, with the way that they actually took this, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Very crucial for Yuron and Sugar
Kayak kalau
Zero
dia nggak
to
keluar,
really
nggak
block
ketahuan
things
tuh
off the
kompetisi.
toxic screen, gives them a bit more space. Dep is then allowed to get into tree along with the blast packs, making their way onto site. That's the thing with double op, right? Very difficult to retake with.
Yeah.
And especially if you got the smokes and if you choose the right site, that you kind of, you know, render these ops somewhat, you know, not as effective, and you might be able to have a better day.
How close is that explosion going to take? Whoa, that is turning into a very risky endeavor. I mean, the play was there. Rossi was throwing out his smokes and everything to punish Zeta Division exit out onto rubble. Didn't work out fully in the end. And now T1's like, we're kind of dipping too much into the operators. We need someone to start fighting for us just in case this happens. And then lo and behold, Saya player's back on a rifle.
Rossi on the Oda too. We saw how effective that was on the C site, so we're just gonna stick to
Akan
it.
dibantai lagi, kita lihat.
We've got, okay, lockdown, showstopper, Viper's Pit.
X-Grid pushing in.
Oh my God.
He's so close too. They're not gonna know about this.
That's the thing.
Yikes, X-Grid, what a mad lad. And he's not done!
No! That was a wallbang headshot.
He's not done! He's got the 3K already!
Good joy.
He keeps re-peeking, and they
Gila,
keep
man.
giving him the opportunity
Stop
to
it.
stay in highlight reel mode.
Enough!
Enough's enough, man.
Bang! You were absolutely right, Asteroid. They, you know, would not be able to anticipate that. They thought it was just a nade, so maybe coming back in to reinvestigate. But then, you got the op. It fires off for 2 more shots. I mean, the second one was incredible.
We need a slow-mo on that one.
Bang! Oh my God! Micro flick so pinpoint accurate. I mean, that's why his name is Accurate.
Because, you know, X Factor accurate.
X Factor accurate.
I don't know if that's, you know, the meaning behind the name, but it's pretty apt if it is.
Now we just call him Kevin.
Kevin! All right.
Trap destroyed.
Lockdown used. Doorway blotted out by the smoke. You can really see how much respect, I think, at this point, Zeta has. Question is, Where's the plan on the spike? Because if it's placed on safe, they have to start pushing out.
Wah!
That is a misstep.
Diadu sama
Zeta are really getting into their own heads here. T1 got everything locked and loaded. Sure, there's going to be the plant on the spike. Viper Pit as well. But the pinch from T1 can still come in pretty swift.
There.
Well, let's see if Zeta can buy enough time to prevent that from happening. Laz on just a heck of a journey.
Bum!
Ooh.
That was pretty quick here. Redeems himself from the Rosa. Euron's backing away as well. Any form of lineups is going to be huge, and any form of delay is massive. And that it is. They got everybody from T1 cooking inside that pit. The decay too strong, and every single bullet ultimately leading to Zeta with 1 round in.
Yeah, not a bad idea, right? I do wonder if this is something called from Coach Carlisle, but the Viper's Pit covering the entirety of B site, such a lovely thing. Depp, of course, being able to go in fast enough to create the space for his team. You had him checking out top of heaven with the nades, Boombot to clear out mid link. Just lovely stuff all over. And then Depp, of course, landing the shot with the Sheriff that close. Renders those ops useless.
But here we go again.
Oh, no.
And they got the same setup all over. Players can TP.
Okay, good.
He pocketed his teammate Izu around the corner there. Are they going to actually check it? Of course not. Can he TP out for safety, not get traded? Well, he will be. Xcrit's down to 5 too. I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's going to be that. But of course, T1 not missing a beat, going to start making some waves here. Laz by himself, forced himself to go into a fight, but of course, this is the captain we're talking about. He might not have forgotten all of the highlights in these past 2 games, but it's still a force to be reckoned with.
Xcrit's really low, but it is an op though. As long as he stays tucked away, if the rendezvous comes back up too, let me actually ask it. It could be really still deadly.
Ooh, what?
Enough for them to sneak through.
The paranoia is gonna.
They'll have no idea that he's here.
That's true enough,
30
but
seconds left.
with this turret, oh my God, how did the turret not kill him?
Spike planted.
The turret fired though. They know he's there.
What's the angle?
Ooh!
Xcrit, how do you find these angles, man? Sugar 0, 2 versus 1. With his teammate dropping down, with Laz not having the support of the turrets anymore, yeah, Sugar 0 just needs to find some form of solace here, and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. My guy goes in for the no-scope. Spike planted right beside him.
Okay.
He gets the first one. Smoke gives a little bit more cover. It dissipates.
Oh! Nice, Rossi.
Gets the kill. Plenty of time to defuse.
Let's go, bro. Gila, tegang betul.
Of course. It's just such incredible stuff coming in from Xcrit. I don't know what else to say.
I was about to say the same thing.
You were about to say the same thing.
Yeah, because there is no rhyme or reason. You cannot reason. You cannot understand something that is just too great for you to be knowledgeable at, right?
Yo, Sugar Zero!
Whoa! The clap back. One more round before we end the first half, though. Yo, Sugar Zero indeed.
It's been a rough half for Zeta Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second, but now as we close things out, T1 going on the offensive.
I mean, Zeta Division just not going this A main, man. There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there. If they commit to this fight, he has a nightfall, and they are going to try to do so. Depth charging in, slowly creeping up. It's a risk he's willing to take, and it's a risk that's not going to pay off.
It's just stubborn, and now they keep peeking into this. It's not going to work. They're afraid to turn back as well because someone else could have pushed up onto pillars.
Poison's off.
The devil you know, the devil you don't, right? Headshot angles with an Odin. There it is. Cherry on top. Seals the deal.
Gila.
9-3.
Dikurung, nggak bisa gerak.
Commanding first half in the second map.
Switching sides.
I want to see Rossi pop off again. 9-3 first half.
First half. Nice, good half. GH. Tapi benar-benar mati ya. Tapi nggak tahu sih attack-nya gimana nih si saya playernya ininya. Si Accurate pasti main flanking itu, gue yakin. Gue yakin sih kayak gitu sih. Jadi inisiatif serangannya ada di tangannya saya player.
But yeah, it really just is. I mean, we are hyping him up a lot, but it really is because he's finding a lot of these impactful frags. It's not just collecting numbers and numbers of frags. Yeah, but the way that he positions himself, sometimes even, randomizing it. Sometimes he's on C, sometimes he's back on A.
And it's not just by himself too. It's with somebody always from the T1 side, right? And because of that, you know how we talk about, if it's only Excurate, they can use a bit of utility to flush him out and they can push up into the side. But because he has that support from Izu, because he gets that support from Carpe,
Udah mulai? 10 detik lagi. Let's go.
He shrouds himself
Siap.
in so many options that, again, it turns into a 100-question guessing game for Zeta as to where Excurate really is, as to how to counter Excurate at all. And now, again, it ends up into that 9-3 as we flip the sides.
For real, like we haven't really seen anyone challenge him through this map. Now they're on the attack, and this is where Carpe will be more effective. Hiroran still peeking out.
Okay, these trades are still somewhat manageable. Never mind. Down to just Laz running all the way through that A site. Classic in hand.
Dengan Sakura classic.
Tight little angle here on stairs. And as the smoke comes into play, wow, this is like 3 people just looking straight into Laz if he pushes this. There shouldn't be any chance for him to even get a frag. It will not. Zeta Division's calls looking very lost as T1. I don't want to say commanding, I want to say dominating right now here on Lotus.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, like this is where I'm going to start to get a little bit worried-ish for Zeta Division. And that's really just because this performance from T1, yes, Lotus is their map, that's amazing. The next one is going to be Sunset. And we haven't really seen Zeta Sunset before. I don't know what, kind of tricks up their sleeves they could have. Yeah, but we definitely know what T1 is capable of, and they are doing so much right now. It's round 2 Odin.
And again, man, if they try to just go heavy contact when it's Excurate in front of them, he can always TP away. And this is just punish after punish.
Wow, udah
Zeta Division really losing.
Terlalu gampang nyerangnya, Cok.
They're just hoping that being aggressive, being a lot more forward is gonna pay off, but ultimately it really hasn't.
Map 3 dong nih. Wah, map 3 coy.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one to say the least.
Yeah.
I mean, side player in this round is kind of like, let me in on some of the fun. You guys got all the kills before. Give me some. And there he goes. Now if you go into the next round, 3-11, unless Zeta can really hunker down, pull off a Fnatic, such a crazy comeback. If they do it, that'll be amazing. But if they don't, match that point, that's it.
Waduh.
Off the defense.
Jelek banget itu.
Hiroran claps back as well for an extra. Also want to say, again, Excurate's already on an operator here. I mean, it's an operator he might not keep a hold of. It's a 4 versus 2.
It's 1 full minute to work with.
Fair enough.
Could save, but that'll take a really long time.
I mean, I don't think
Zeta's
gonna chase it down, no?
Nah.
Probably not, because Zeta's in that mind space where they're like, stressed, how are we gonna do this? And Excurate got separate.
Kebagian.
The crowd was like gasping a little bit
Lucu sih itu.
It's alright, he's gonna make it over. Hiroran has sightlines. Definitely hears that rendezvous being placed down. What?
Secured.
Ayo.
30 seconds left.
And Xrd hasn't actually TP'd away yet, so he could get a more forward position here on Waterfall. And again, just wait around the rendezvous. He doesn't even get paranoid. Hits the shot on Sugar Zero. Deb, if Deb went down to an up in that fashion, I'm already calling it Xgrid's best operator player here in Asia Pacific. The Deb swing out to the paranoia. Plays in the favor of Deb here though, because Izu's gonna have to get closer and closer in, and Deb's just 100% defusing the spike. Catch. The operator coming into the next round
Gimana sih Izu? No.
Keep the rifle in hand. Also works fine. But Xcurate.
Yeah, Xcurate was deadly. But you gotta respect and admire what Deb did at the end. I mean, that's that's the experience. That's the knowing that your opponent is far enough that you have enough time to really stick the defense.
Lompat-lompat.
He still has money for it?
Dia apa? Pros never
had
fake.
money for it. I mean, this is just a weapon in his hands. But it's already a weapon. You know what I mean, guys. Come on. Okay, fine. It is a paintbrush, and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
Right? And the map is the canvas, and shooting down his opponents is the art. I don't know. I'm not poetic at all, but...
Good try, good try.
Good try, good try. Xcrate's still a man with a plan.
Take hold.
I feel like as long as Zeta doesn't really give him too much, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him. But as soon as I think that, I'm recalling that round where, well, just the previous round, where he just waltzes up and catches Hiroran. Hiroran knew that he was up around because he heard the rendezvous, but still couldn't really react in time, and that's just Xcurate pre-aiming corners. A lot of sense coming in. However, this round now, maybe with Duran and the judge and more unorthodox plays, it might be able to throw him off. Hiroran, only one on the B site, supported by Deb perhaps. They're trying to fend them off, trying to buy enough time.
T1 did wait for a lot of those nades to subside before they actually start pushing in onto B. Cost them a bit of time, 20 seconds to remain, but they still get that plant regardless. Well, they will be forcing this retake from Zeta Division with all of them holding into the site itself. This is looking so dicey here for Zeta Division. Again, if they don't have any flashes, which they don't, they're gonna have to go in, dry on the contacts, and T1 is just ripping them apart. There's that long flank coming in from Deb, but he's already so late. Laz, sure, he can pick up Xcurate here, but that spike is gonna explode regardless. There is the alley-oop here from Saya Player, and Deb, I don't know if he's gonna get engulfed by the horizon. He does not, but that puts us into map point.
Wah, match point nih.
Map this day, as T1 is nigh unstoppable on Lotus.
Xcurate up on 20 kills. That's double up on whatever Laz has. Just speaks volumes as to how much his impact is felt on this map. But apart from that, I mean, you were talking about it, no flashes. You guys just gotta go in for dry contact. It's clear as day what that means. You're going in for those trades, and while they were able to find some of these frags, got out some numbers, came down to round 2. So a last-minute timeout called by Zeta.
Last time out nih. Emot terakhir.
How much they can do for this map, but at the very least, a bit of a breather, some more ideas for maybe the next map as well. Because Sunset is another map where ops could be really, really strong. You always want to watch out for Xcurate with his lurks.
You know who's happy in this game, aside from T1? Everyone else. Because they're seeing the VODs of T1 and how they're playing with this, and they're already formulating, how are we going to deal with Xcurates?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Chamber, right? What's going to be the counter to this? Because it
Oke.
is looking
Siap-siap. 15 detik lagi.
and it shows Man, Zeta Division have never had a convincing round in this Lotus map at all. Sure, there's 4 rounds in their name, but those were clutches. Those were just slight mishaps that they were able to use against T1, but ultimately T1 still has the overwhelming control. Speaking of which, very aggressive push out from Zeta Division here on C. They were kind of hoping that maybe their commitment on Mount might have gotten them any kills, but it's only gotten them a little bit of map control. If Carpe doesn't push up here,
kosong banget dikasih
that might have been the spike dropped, but T1's not foolish enough to leave it alone, especially now that they know that the A site is very much open for take.
Spike planted.
I mean, I don't even know what more you can really do. Accurate is prepared. Laz has got nothing but the lockdown. Does commit to it. But then as the peaks come through, just simple shot from Excurate and it says everything.
Also think about this. He hits those shots with the Tour de Force, that slows everybody down. Through the wall, one more in, and I mean,
map 3.
We're gonna go to map number 3 with such a dominating performance. Lotus is their base.
Gila lama guys. Lanjut map 3 cuy. Lanjut map 3. Bakal lama nih. Wih, banyak yang main. Dadangs El Granados lagi main, Dadangs Dos. Tapi kayaknya bukan Dadang yang main, masih main. Coba lihat Bang Dadangnya. 3, 2, 1. Kita lihat Bang Dadang. Kita nonton Mang Dadang. Toxic player. Aneh.
B.
Ya, step A.
Step A. Oh iya.
Ih, kau kemana dah?
Wah, anjir.
Wih, itu scan belakang.
Lebih.
Nah, itu goblok tuh flashnya.
Nice. Ya itu tuh.
Lalu kalau ada sniper langsung balik deh.
Oke, kemit deh.
Itu di WC. Sewer aja.
Abang ke B bang.
Semangat abangku. Mantap.
Ini ada nih.
Ada Sinanang. Oh, udah masang aja. Trick shots. Beuh, one tap. One tap.
Spike planted.
Di B dia doang. Goblok kaget aja.
Open plan dia. Bang, bokong aja bang.
Cage triggered. Hah? Kanan, nggak ngecek dulu.
Kanan kiri ya.
Tenang ayo Bang Dio.
El Granado. Kalau aku nggak kena trap.
Wah,
ngeliatin kirinya mulu aku.
Double pick dah.
Cetak kucing. Wah, ini Kang Genong kita baru nongol bang.
Ah, ini Karakotaru, woi. Abang jago banget bang, nggak ikut VCT bang. Nggak bisa bang, karena aku pakai Pekalongan.
Pekalongan cil. Kita datang dadang le guys ya. Sambil nunggu itu. Cetak kucing.
Tombol soren ada di pengaturan. Gini dulu anjing, nih bikin menang ini.
Soalnya map 3, gue pikir tadi udahan, gue pengen main. Ternyata masih belum udahan.
Oh iya nih ada nih.
Ternyata di comeback abis. Zeta di comeback abis.
Reload ya.
Oh ini dekat.
Nice.
Boruto.
Ada Boruto.
Belum masuk anjing Boruto. Kan udah masuk. Masih sini.
Lopez aja menang kok bang next VCT ini. Iya. Menang tuh gara-gara bawa aing cheat dulu Pak Lopez.
Ya agak pick 2 lagi.
Mid ada di mid.
You will not kill my ally.
Anjing enggak kelihatan lagi.
Dekat batu. Mati dah.
Apa nih Killjoy ikutan maju deh.
Salah kali Bang.
Bang Dadang punya kodam aja.
Ya kodam.
Bingung anjir. Musuh semua ya. Iya dark system anjing. Ini gara-gara masih Meo nih biasanya gua musuhnya gampang-gampang, sama si Meo jadi susah.
Ganti akun gak?
Sama aja nih.
Kapan hari aku ganti akun enggak ya?
Apaan anjir?
Itu yang main malam-malam.
Ayo halo Mang Piku anjay.
Ada yang punya skin seri pudin enggak? Seri pudin.
Serip ini aing.
Tuh
ada sih emang dia.
Di map ini execute sadis lah tuh. 22.
Siapa yang beliin dilempar
11
Ini apa?
Yang lihat duluan
si siapa namanya?
Iya.
Si Dep.
Boleh.
Iya logonya emang di Mang di apa sih? Di map takut stream snap. Padahal kagak ada yang bakal stream snap.
Weh, pegang lagi nih.
Sono lagi.
Ini jebol gampang.
Oh, gue mulu aja.
Oh iya, bener. Duh, setupnya sama mulu.
Lo Mang Pikonya. Iya anjing si Boruto-nya dari tadi. Ngeri kan udah masuk.
Boruto.
Wah, anjing.
Di bawah kiri. Pojok kiri. Aduh, gak mati dia.
El Granado.
Wah, ini mah harus pakai raja ya.
Anjing.
VCT Valorant Cibaduyut turne ya. Cibaduyut aja.
Lempar aja semua.
Musuhnya ngeri coy.
Pelau lah. Base jebol mulu dah gimana?
Ini gua enggak main ya guys. Ini gua lagi
aing kebe.
Sambil nungguin ini VCT nih.
Iya, dia tuh menghindari
jauh ya.
Granada.
CS-nya jauh anjay.
Dari begal shotgun.
Jauh banget.
Boleh.
Feelingku di A nih masalahnya nih.
Boleh, Mang.
Ini Bang.
Guys, ya Mang aya gawe deui mangat ane stream lah. Heeh, Mang, aturan geus mampirnya Mang Piko Anjing cuta amat pindina kayak aing lucu pisan.
Goblok
mau tuhnya.
Anjing udah enggak udah setup di sini.
Bener anjing musuhnya tuh menghindari ini Dance El Granado ya.
Banget.
Itu pakai apaan sih, Sayas? Woi.
Pandal di bawah.
Adore. Anjing udah masuk, Cok.
Dadang anjing.
Masuk ternyata dia.
Tep aku kagak.
Udah dia dibuang apa? Dibuang
malah dibuang senjatanya.
Gak dia mau ngidupin malah pencet G anjing.
Aduh. Udah kalah senjata aja.
Oh, kalah Dem. Ntar kopi aing Cok.
Beda apa nih mah? Lawak kali toh. B lagi deh.
Ke B ini aku juga feeling ke B ini, kupik lah B-nya lah.
Lagi deh.
Ini only sentinel bocah mana, Bang?
Weh anjing. Sorry, aduh gak beli gua.
Wih,
last round gak beli
anjing.
Itu mood banget anjing sih itu ya. Killjoy goblok menghidupin malah di drop ternyata.
Kipernya di sini, kiper.
Woi.
Goblok. Ayo malah balik, dadang. Awan lah itu.
Wah anjing incer gua nih. Padahal.
Temboknya.
Ninang.
Goblok.
Oh kena. Ya sengaja nang. Aduh.
Goblok. Tek.
Jangan lupa tap raya lah adik-adik. Oh, kepanasan. Menyala bangku. Goblok. Gue di slow dulu anjing, di slow langsung dikasih api.
Ini enggak mau sih, Kak.
Enggak bisa.
Mabro. Killjoy, ulti, Killjoy.
Lawak only sentinelnya lawak. Lompat gitu.
Wah, anjing. Killjoy, hello Killjoy. Can you hear me Killjoy? Killjoy, hello.
Kedamaian.
Itu siapa yang invite, Cok?
Belum ya?
Itu orang-orang PIG itu PIG.
Orang PIG.
PIG aja.
Kamu bocah mana?
Anjing aja, Bu. Goblok, kamu bocah mana anjing? Jangan gitu, goblok. Kasihan anjing. Oh, yang bener mainnya KJ, goblok.
Toxic gaming.
Wah, marah deh. Tidak langsung diem anjing. Enggak bang, bercanda doang bang.
Ya bercandanya serius.
Hepan deh. Yang bener tapi mainnya.
Ayo banget.
Kalau tetap nggak bener gimana?
Ayo banget.
Ya bercanda ya.
Jadi ya ada chip mang.
Wah anjing semua utility keluar tuh.
Mang Sentinel 2 di situ mang.
Cepet. Toxic banget bahaya. Ya kamu tidur. Ini
Sentinel 2 di situ mang.
Jam malam.
KJ lari jalan-jalan kaki anjing. Bener.
Bang.
Mati nih.
Oh, gue gimang.
Bentar. Ada tuh. Nih gua semok.
Gas. Masuk gue.
Aduh, anjing di atas, Cok. 52. Mantap. Belum nyata. KO berhasil.
Oh, sudah mulai, guys.
Aduh, anjing.
Ini dulu. Langsung kita
Saya player finds Step as well.
Full screen.
Can even go for the aggressive peek if he wants to because X-Grid's right there, his buddy, to give him the support, to give him the hand, and he even goes above and beyond with the 4K quickly here in the pistol.
First round, 4 pistols. I don't know if it's the Prowler that kind of gives it off or it's just not quite really having the utility to combat some of these positions, but Zeta walks straight into a trap.
Yeah, you can already see that Zeta's rattled, right? They're starting to lose contact, or not just the contact, but
pedes banget ya, X-Grid ya. Ngeri.
You know, maybe we have an opponent that travels on that B main position, and we have to check. And you see Euron just throwing his flash to assist his teammates on the side when, again, they haven't fully cleared out B main at all.
So now with the guns, I mean, they can move around a lot more. T1. Zeta Division on the other hand, again, still just getting a feel for how they are set up. Exploring mid this time.
That's just Zeta Division. Knocked up here by Rossi and X.
Kenapa ada Zeta dah? Attack-nya monoton banget sekarang.
Almost up. And imagining that coming into the bonus, that's going to be quite a huge advantage for him. As T1 slowly but surely rolling in the rounds, still pretty early, but you can already see, I feel like at some point the exhaustion here of Zeta Division.
And Rossi having a good time too. Zeta Division at the very least, I mean, this is still pretty early on in the map, but yeah, I mean, that said, you really got to find different ways to push through. We're expecting a lot from this full buy round now because it says a lot as to how this map will start. And again, wanting to punch that ticket through to the playoff stage.
This camera is giving some really nice information here for X-Grid. 2 little shutdown. Depp does find him in the battle through the Cypher cage. That's some information gathered. That's a big player downed. But T1, Saya player, and like 2 other players here from T1 going in for this big flank. You can already see Laz holding patiently while the rest of his team manages their way on A main. Carpe's dart immediately gets scattered. And this nade, will it flush him out? Absolutely it will, as Huron falls down. As I mentioned, 3 players of T1 going in for the flank. Has to break that trap first, and Laz on first contact is gonna get punished. They're just gonna go with this for this 3-man push. They do upgrade some of their weapons, so there is better firepower right now from T1. The risk to actually push up on A main pays off. Numbers favoring Zeta Division, but that's never been a hindrance here for T1. They do line up for Dep in that high vantage point, and Izu left by himself. Probably just going to be playing that exit frag.
Yeah, way too many targets right in front of him, but the way that this round plays out, just a more decisive take from Zeta. Going in for that elbow push, T1 not really, despite having the camera for information, not really able to work off against it. So now it's just going to be Zeta that slowly comes back into the game. Still really early on, but right now, great movements from Zeta to put themselves back on the board. As we go to the next round, though, of course, T1 gets to buy back up. Laz maybe a bit of a half buy. But more interestingly enough, it's going to be Saya player on the operator this time. You know, still a very lethal force in this game, but we've got to watch out for him. X-Curate, on the other hand, playing a more ratty role as compared to what we saw in Lotus. A little bit more similar to what we saw him do on Ascent.
And with him having that neural theft, right now, it's going to be a huge use boom if he can actually utilize that. Saya players, operator, somewhere here on elbow. The flash out, if he can re-peek this, they don't even know he's there. As you can see, his teammate is giving most of the information. Carpe's breaking all the utility, but I feel like Zeta knows something's up at this point. They're waiting for maybe a push out here for T1, but it's the first one that peaks that loses, I feel like, in all of these things. And they're coaxing it with the Sova drone.
Yeah, just trying to get a feel for it too. As long as Saya player can make this connect, it should work. But Zeta is definitely thinking about the paranoia to get themselves out of this sticky situation. Or to at least get a pinch onto Saya.
Wow. Did they understood that he was there, or someone at least pocketed themselves on the corner? That was absolutely monumental. Haunt from out of nowhere. Laz finds an opening. Rossi does get a trade, but ultimately Hiroron finds him. That means that X-Grid left on an island on that B site. What a battle of patience. Again, the first one to peak loses, and it was a Saya player that did because of that aftershock.
Yeah, patience and reads, right? You know, first of all, that aftershock, you have the paranoia that comes out as well. And if you think about how a team operates, they're either throwing it out just to check in case, or, you know, they're also anticipating such movements from T1. And either way, it just speaks volumes as to how Zeta are reading this game. And that's something that they could definitely need more of as they push through into that 2-2 scoreline. I mean, Dep just reacting off of such an opening kill as well, instantly diving onto the site, giving his team a lot more space to work with around A. So far, they haven't really seen X-Curate though, so that could be an idea.
Gitu sini dulu nih, si Dadang Skui dulu.
Ada Dadang enak di langsung gas kenceng aja.
Trap kata itu.
Iya, trapnya di tandanya dia tuh.
Cemen lu bang, oh bacot. Mon ayo Mon, sini Mon, gendong gua Mon.
Pisoin di sini Mang, pisoin di sini.
Nang ada si Mon Nang.
Oi Mon, ayo Mon.
Iya.
Oi Mon.
Mana nih?
Mau kemana coy?
Udah.
Wih, ada tuh.
Sniper di situ anjing. Mending muter.
Udah ya. Muter. Nah, udah tuh, udah diberesin tuh sama saya.
Kenapa rasanya enak?
Ada satu lagi deh.
Ketrek.
Kamar.
Aduh anjing, 111.
Spike down mid.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Given that much of a counter yet. It is a very, very early timeout. That is the thing. So it's very hard to really figure out why this is being called as well.
Ooh, mishap there from Dep. Either a misclick or a bit too early on the use with the satchel. That's all you really need to do, right, to mess up around. You kind of want that extra elevation, that extra oomph that the second satchel does bring, especially when he has that showstopper for a play here. Or not. In any case, hoping that he could maybe break that camera too. Everybody here from T1 playing in such tight-knit positions to capitalize off of those tripwires, exposing position off of Zeta.
Very crucial, and Xcurate still is just lurking right around the corner of Market. Although it is smoked off, you got Carpe here as well. So even though this is a round where Zeta has the better guns, you still want to be careful.
That was neat for Nate. Side player already gave away his position, and he's somewhere here on Market. So they're just going to be holding on to that for the moment right now. Dep's going to be pushing in, but it might actually be again a bit of a risk. The separation on these smokes could be fatal. But I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, triple stack to the back of Boba here. Big paranoia already. They don't know the Dep has hunkered down into the corner, so the trades are looking favorable for Zeta. Izu's 1-2 remain. Not spotted by the C, spotted by the Haunt though. Stunned as well. TP's away. Repositions. But Dep hounds him down and shuts him up.
Real quick, I mean, even though that blast back, yeah, it was a little bit lost in the start of the buy phase. As they push in, I mean, it's a very clear game plan just to smoke things off, make their way in.
That goes there.
Toss some pieces of utility to keep T1 away. And although side players spent the nade as well, I mean, just really not too much found. The retake coming through, everyone just walks through the smokes. Easy shots for Hirodon to land. So moving forward, this next round is the one that we've got to watch. Because Coach Autumn called the timeout for a reason. But look at Deb soaring through the air.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're up in the air, you can get grounded. And boy, did he. Sugar Zero is going to use the paranoia. They're committing to get this quick take on the B site because they aren't afraid of how much retake power T1 has. So the more that they can play for this post plant, the better it should be for Zeta Division here. But again, as I mentioned, side player, he's got the Boombayah. Nightfall going to be used for a bit of that coverage. And oh my god, this is just going to be them, Zeta Division, praying to dear God that nobody from T1 can spot them out, which they absolutely are. And they just get torn apart as that retake from T1 is absolutely flawless.
Very clean. Just give them the side, play the retake. Nightfall was a good idea, and you can see Zeta trying to be a little bit more decisive with how they push out. And although it does reduce that most of the T1 players will be approaching from Boba,
udah bosan denger musik itu, coy.
Showstopper, and that was the main thing that broke them apart. So again, T1 just kind of adapting to some of these changes, right? We've seen this be executed several times now. Just set up for the retake instead. It's going to work a treat.
Yeah, and that was kind of annoying too for Dep, if you imagine that. Euron actually had an aftershock to assist him on Market, but because Saya player was just boosted on Market, everything that he kind of did was null and void, so unless he was just such a good shot, it would have been something, right? Dep unleashed himself that showstopper of his, but yeah, Izu was able to get away with a fairly timed just run out actually, or maybe that was Carpe. Anyways, A site not secured at all by Zeta here. Saya player into the corner and he explodes. You're not sure he get himself that trade-off, but Xcurate doubling up, and it's trade for trade, man. They are dwindling in the numbers. Thankfully enough, that Neural Theft is going to give that information. The double swing out on double kill! And an opportunity, a chance, a hope, a dream. He's down to 30. Did he hear the noise from Rossi? Because that's going to be important. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Laz, he's got a chance, but he's 30 HP.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe he gets a spike plant, but then you've got Rossi who's able to kind of sneak back up around. And Laz always has to wonder where he's going to show up from. For all you know, Rossi might actually pull off such a crazy flank to push through tiles or something. Of course, it's going to be Link that's the easier option. or Ali. Either way, Laz has a lot to consider. Wow, Spy Camera actually give up a little bit.
He spotted him.
10 seconds. Now he's got information and just has to land the shot.
He has a snake bite too. Rossi can play this perfectly. Rossi, he gets tagged. He knows exactly where he is. What a risky proposition from both sides. But Rossi, even though he was exposed, he had everything working for him. He's cornered his opponent. He has the HP advantage. And he's Rossi. You know, all those three things working in his favor.
Yeah, trying to go back and forth, but then just
sangit gini.
Rossi having to land that one shot. It'll be a lot more calm, a lot more effective. But also, as you think about how this round plays out, just going in for that tiles play, I don't know if it's a bit of exhaustion, but not really checking the corner and anticipating some of these other plays. Saya player was able to punish. Laz, though, able to fight back with those 2 frags to trade back. But of course, at the end, it's just not enough in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
Right here.
Operator on Saya player.
So it's take 2, right? Both teams using a good chunk of smoke as well as info utility here on A main. Immediately, Zeta Division backs away up onto mid, realizing that last round, we got pushed here on tiles. So we can clear this.
Zeta siapa?
But as they
Pasti
do,
Zeta.
they actually double up onto A main.
Gak tahu nih, sengit nih yang di map 3 nih.
Dari
4-3.
Maybe with the use of this Prowler, they expose some bit of position. Carpe's still holding an angle here.
Oh no, miss-select banget Carpe.
Which he will not be able to do so. Only 1-for-1 in terms of the trades. There's so many players of T1. They're challenging. He's lining it up.
Bad trade.
If he can find this, a neural theft will come quickly right soon after. Saya players just holding an operator here through tiles. These are just massive reads over and over again from T1, and Zeta Division is playing into the trap of their opponents.
Not over yet, though. Laz still very much so in the game. First of all, has to make his way onto his site, but as he moves across,
over.
Bisa dilompatin.
I believe Accurate might have hurt him.
Yeah, there's a lot of pings. Boba is the only position that was not given up.
10 seconds left.
Where does he plant the spike? Does he even check the camera? He will not because there's no time left. Accurate, pretty much right on his tail.
T1 lagi naik, nanti abis ini Zeta lagi.
Defensive posture.
Tadi yang map 2 aja dibalikin sih.
I think this is one of these rounds where like T1, you know, they're controlling
map
really
2,
well.
map 1.
Zeta might have to call in a
Kalau map
timeout
2 dominan sih.
a different option right now. You look at how they're really approaching this part of the map, especially up towards A lobby. It's just a clear crossfire site. And as soon as they pick up one, you know, you've got T1 coming back in for those trades. And like you mentioned, it's just a bait setup because as soon as they get enough kills, they taper back. Zeta wants to rotate.
Sekali ngambil makanan nih, lapar.
Position to catch them as they try to, you know, fall back, fall away from A. Not to mention Accurate as well. It's just lurking right around the corner. So it's a very good setup from T1, and Zeta has to find a way to adjust around this.
Question is, can they though? Zeta's, as you mentioned, already calling this timeout. They're in pretty big trouble here if they can't deal with that operator. It would work the first time, their counterplay, because they were able to set the, I think, the rules of engagement, right? But when T1 is on even footing, it feels like they're always on that advantage. And it's such a difficult thing to fight against when you're Zeta Division. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. Zeta Division, though, they don't have any counter traps whatsoever. They're just going to be brute forcing this A site once again.
Oh, I feel like the haunt didn't quite land correctly either. So this is a little bit awkward, but given how T1 is positioned straight up, they are looking for that retakes play. Doesn't even matter. Saya, it's the same angle, and it has been punished before. Zeta doesn't look very comfortable on this map. Rolling Thunder committed, though.
Deb, he's not even looking above him, man. That's a lap of judgment right there. That was a big ultimate use too. Laz as well as Sugar Zero. Are they going to force themselves to actually go for a swing right now? They try to give themselves a bit more positioning to play around with the smoke placed at the back of A. But it's a 5 versus 2 quack. Numbers overwhelming here. They gotta dig deep. It's not deep enough. It's a 6-foot hole in the ground as 2 players of Zeta Division buried alive on A side.
Avengers
trying to get ahead of things too to peek
Bikin
out,
pause
but
dia.
yeah, it's way too many numbers. So clean win for T1 on this round. And even after the timeout from Zeta, I mean, you can really see that like maybe they're not too experienced or not too comfortable on this map, because some of these angles that they just walk into, they're not like very uncommon ones. And it just shows that, you know, T1 really knows what they're doing. They've practiced this before. They've got a little bit more experience on this. And yeah, Saya player doing Lord's work. Izu Carpe coming in back out for those trades towards the end of the round. Very clean stuff. Zeta really needs more because, you know, the A hit, we tried that, it's been done. The Prowler can only do so much. Trip up those trap wires, maybe go up against Execute once more.
Okay, 2 for the price of 1 Boombot. Get some big damage on Saya player, destroy the tripwire on B main itself. That's some value, but you know what? You're absolutely right. It feels like Zeta Division, they're roughhousing a push on attack. It feels like there's no finesse here.
Woi Bang
And
Tara,
they're kind of hoping that
apa Mang Dadang, main lah.
play is gonna.
Ini main nanggung ah. Udah match terakhir.
It's rallying them more than their opponents are, to be honest.
Yeah,
udah map 3 dang, udah map 3.
I like the spy cam, but Saya player peeking out into B main just calls it all clear. He knows the hit's coming towards B, but Dev's got the aggression.
Izu does get the trade very quickly. TP across from Sugar Zero here, but he's alone for the moment. They don't realize that he's gone for the shot at step. Izu's by himself. Although he's pocketing into the corner here, gives himself some leeway, some breathing room, some playing space.
Last player down A.
And it's a rough house again of the 2 teams.
Oh.
Sugar Zero, hard to go for this TP out.
Wow.
Saya player, he's so close.
Banget. Dar! Langsung dia secel ke situ.
Boost him quickly into market to reposition.
Anjay, tibek.
He's got like 40 seconds to wait around. Yeah. Do it again. I didn't see it. Do it again. Yeah, there you go. Again.
Making Asteroid happy.
Ngeselin juga nih saya player nih. Ang tibek-tibek, Cok.
Blast pack movement. That is skill. Clear as day. And of course, Depp tried to pull off similar hijinks towards that A site, but then
ngepiknya kayak CS banget anjir sambil lompat.
Apart. You know, it's very clear how T1 is able to respond in kind to whatever Zeta throws.
And the problem, honestly, here is, again, it just feels like if Zeta pushes like this, there's no sure thing, right?
Whoa.
As I mentioned, it's a rough forcing their way here and hoping that any contact leads to something good.
But it doesn't, though. I mean, look at this. Side player shuts him down. Carpe picks up one as well. 3 players left in this round. Round 11.
Crimea on this one, man.
Whoa!
They line up. That's big damage too onto Euron, even if he survives, right? He's like 4 HP. What? Did side player just hit him through a flash? Anyways, here on. From here on out, he's by himself. He's got a Nightfall. He's got the whole kit available as that Fade, so he's not gonna lack anything in terms of scouting, right?
Tiga-tiganya anjir. Lihat nih mau Avengers move. Avengers move.
Versus 1.
Yeah, you've got some utility, but as a Fade, it's just not really that useful. You might be able to throw out a Haunt or a Seize.
He has Nightfall.
Prowler too. Yeah, I don't know if Nightfall in a 1-on-3, right? Well, that is a great start.
Uh-oh.
That's even better.
He can throw it inside the smoke. He can throw it inside the smoke. Can he? He even sees Side Player. Just throw everything, man. Just do it right now.
Blind him.
He's not even defusing. Come on.
Jangan.
You already know what's happening.
And because Saya can't hear it, yeah.
Gak denger dia. Nice clutch. Nice clutch. Nice clutch.
Misplay with T1's protocols. Going up for the, maybe a little bit of overconfidence, right? Going straight up for the defuse, and then Hiroran being able to pick up the kill like that. Trying to peek into it again.
Yes.
Just well played.
Yeah.
7-4 now.
It's the smoke separated the sight lines very clearly here, and you mentioned it. You know, Hiroran took pretty much big advantage of that. One more round. X-Grid stunned in. Is that going to be able to get him? Oh, even through the stun, that is
He
still has his tripwires, and this is just going through the meat grinder. Zeta Division, you know what? They have turned into a team full-on contact. I'm all for it. It is messy. It turns into a 3 versus 2, but it is fun as hell to watch. Hiroran's not going to be expecting this big flank coming in from Carpe, and Sugar 0, no TPs to get you out of this one. It's you on an island, 3 versus 1. Can you handle the pressure? Shock darts, pop shots, swing outs, everything thrown on Sugar 0, and man just can't.
Izu mah stinger mulu, coy.
Nobody really can. Just buying the attention from Boba and then 2 teammates swinging from behind. You hear those footsteps. Does not feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, as we move over into the next, like you mentioned, that contact plays.
Half time. Nanti istirahat dulu. Ngeliat si Dadang dulu. Banget, nah.
Dalam sini sumpah.
Anjing.
Rame.
Buset, datang toksik kayaknya.
Kelihatan, Cok. Waduh, aja. Nguli di base aing kata, jadi bikin hotel kalian. Aing mau bikin posternya dulu. Anjing. Anjing.
Cihui, kenapa Cihui?
Hoki.
Di hoki di. Nih kamera di sini nih.
Kamera depan komuk.
Komen gua, pasti gue diomelin. Gue mau komen tempat Dadang.
Udah di wall ya.
Bentar ya guys, VCT-nya bentar, masih half time 7 detik lagi.
Bang, ada slot nggak bang? Tuh kan, lu telat kali, Kar.
Emang sengaja itu bang?
Slotnya yang gacor nggak bang?
Iya gacor.
Gas bang, main kenceng bang, dua inisiator bang.
Salah, suaranya salah coy. Kenapa suaranya masih suara yang ini? Salah. Maaf.
All of their games here, to be honest, everything's been pretty cutthroat between the two. And again, whoever wins this series, comparing it to the series before this, it's the flip. You get into a qualified spot already. That is absolutely huge. I think it was Achilles that mentioned that, you know, the more chances for you to get higher, the more you just sit back, watch the VODs, practice, and not go through the gauntlet of the lower bracket.
That's the bigger part. You know, you just chill out. And you get to study VODs.
Baka bisa comeback.
I love studying VODs.
Dep right now going on the offensive. Zeta wanting to pick up this pistol.
Laz dragging Carpe's HP to the floor, down to 10. Dead Division's had enough, man. They've seen too much aggression from T1. They want to dish it back out themselves. They do spread themselves a little bit thin here, even though it's a 3 versus 4 with the numbers favoring Zeta Division. They have to get some control of the sites back as well as mid, and that is no easy feat when you've lost Laz already. But because of this, T1, they've already pushed themselves up onto top mid. This could separate the positions. This could isolate Hiroran, and he might not be prepared for the lurk that is about to come.
Carpe down low as well, too, though.
Oh, the timing.
Now they spotted him. This should be easily dismantleable by Zeta Division.
If they don't overplay their cards, they should be able to, as you mentioned. But T1's so tricky that you never know what's going to happen. So I'm just Hilo all for it. What a flash!
Boy, nice try.
Thanks for the help, Sugar. 0. I gotta complete the name. It sounds weird just calling him Sugar.
Good pistol round by Zeta Division nonetheless. I mean, the way that they're deciding to really do something that that's maybe slightly off the book, something that T1 won't expect. And it gives them, you know, that extension in the second half, picking up the pistol. It starts off with Depp, and, you know, as always, we kind of expect and require that from him.
And I mean, dude's doing a lot, right?
Kakak bisa comeback. Waduh.
Where there may be no point of return. Depp, shoot, go kill, double satchel. We may or might not be there with you to help you out. So he's been pretty cool and calm under that kind of pressure, man.
Yeah, Les was there to help him on the previous round. Now as we go on to the next one, getting more information as to how T1 is.
Wah, dibantai.
Pakai jatuh T1's no choice to push forward.
Oh yeah. But the smoke's the only thing stopping them from dying through the smokes, and
wah, gila dibantai. Tercomeback kah kawan? Apakah akan tercomeback?
And somehow it looks a lot more manageable.
Keeps them in the game. They carry all these weapons forward. I think it's been a while since we actually saw a flawless, you know, second round. And with that, you know, they might actually be able to pick up on a bonus depending on how they play it. I mean, this one, you know, it's kind of simple, just allowing for T1 to walk into them. But off to the next, T1 definitely has some ideas.
Standing ahead.
Sure enough, everything's been running rampant here.
Depp trying to get him.
Oh yeah, that's a big catch too. He wanted to get that that aggressive control on mid, but just fumbles in front of him. X-Crit slowly creeping up onto B main here, calling in the rest of his team. Trying to use that camera to coax some kind of peek here from Laz, and it works favorably for them. Sugar Zero does get the trade. He repositions around the corner. Do they know about this? Full control.
Wow.
Sugar Zero,
telat.
what a mad lad, actually making that
Telat
happen.
reload, bukan reload, ganti ke itu.
Now coming in for the big flanks, only has a Guardian in hand.
Spike planted.
Slowly creeping up. Rossi down. Carpe could be exposed. Gives away his position. He knows he's coming in for a market here. Sees the reposition right now and could even start to defuse that spike.
Oh, Carpe, let's go.
Is what T1 needs, and that is what Carpe delivers.
Just enough of a tag that Hidoran cannot have enough movement to hide behind the pillar. Still though, really close round for Zeta. I mean, you gotta admire the heroics from Sugar Zero. That was a masterful play.
Sugar Zero-nya sih yang
being able to toss out the paranoia just as soon as he feels that contact. Shrouded steps over to the other side. They did not expect it, but then again, such plays coming out from T1, knowing how to play around this B main push. The trades coming through, just bringing those numbers back in.
Kind of sucks for Hidoran there that again he thought that he could one up against Carpe and defuse the spike from that angle, but no, it ain't gonna happen. Carpe's too sharp for those. Speaking of which, he's still away from the Hunter's Fury. Like you mentioned, Zeta Division play themselves a key hand on that bonus round, but did he spot Saya get through this? They're not even checking it out. What a catch right now for Saya!
Sayanya!
No! The timing!
Bengong!
He will not be able to do so.
No, udah masuk padahal.
Somewhere on mid, drops the spike down. That's trade for two. Depp is gone. Carpe and Saya down on the T1 side.
Starting off with these crazy minuscule timings. Now it's going to be the Neuro Theft though. T1 has an idea as to how Zeta are positioned. The main thing is they might be able to get the spike down. They have to play positions well enough to work out against Zeta's numbers. I think that's why Extra was thinking about going through market, but it's a little bit risky as you never know what's lurking around mid.
30 seconds left.
Wow, actually extending all the way through.
Whoa, they don't even respect.
Oh shit, man.
Excurate.
GG parah.
Huron. He thought his position was sneaky. He thought he could maybe get that refrag. Absolutely not.
Oh no! Gagal
no
S.
ace for Excurate here though. But damage be done. And everybody on Zeta be damned. As T1 is just swimming in it. There could be the half here for Laz. Gives him a little bit more time to play around things with. Even tries to go for the straight defuse. But I mean, Rossi's not going to let that happen. He's got Izu with him. They got the numbers. And they got the advantage here and now. Double digits.
Going for the stick was a little bit odd. But, you know, apart from that, I just X-Curate again. Not opping, not chamber this time, but just able to find these trades, able to walk up front. And off of the spike plant, right? We were kind of wondering, is he going to go through market? Is he going to go through Boba? He actually plays with the off timing and then pushes deeper into Boba along with his teammate. So sharp.
Ayo, tadang lagi. Berapa nih orang?
Nggak tahu nih si Kara. Dapat.
Menang.
Oh, sudah. Jangan. Kiri patah.
Anjing.
Oh, blok. Samping gue sage anjing. Pelan.
Ayo.
Lo tuh 117. Wah, anjing. Udah anjing parah banget. Oh iya, full katanya. Iya, ini si Kara nggak tahu dah. Mau jual apa kagak. Lu beliin gua dong, Sayas. Mang Kenwa mau main katanya. Si Kara masih nonton. Tapi masih lama ya.
Setan, Mang.
Setan.
It's like these tiny things. Okay. Doesn't really see all too much.
It's a slight whiff on the recon dart. Fair enough. Camera from Laz just to check up on mid. No tiles, no lower mid here. It's a weaker buy for Zeta Division. So they want to at least
take flight,
not lose anybody before the push happens, as they want to, again, you know, strengthen the numbers, all that good stuff.
There.
T1's well aware of this though, so again, they're just trying to compress their forces too.
Oh no!
Things here are on. Really good for one on that Sheriff. Spots out the spike already. As Laz walks himself up onto A main. Or A link at least.
Yeah, Zeta's effort starting to dwindle down now. Carpe even catching them on the cross. Spike should go down pretty soon as they find Laz.
Yeah, panic.
There we go.
Oh, he was looking at the nade right above him. Maybe see if he's exposed? I don't know. Yeah, that's not gonna turn too well for him. Euron took a while to take down Izu, so he couldn't really transfer out the side player in time. And T1, these rounds are looking a little bit slower, but a lot surer. And 2 more, and they qualify, Quack.
Good little shot from Euron though, onto the Y-axis. But that's it. I mean, this round now, you're absolutely right. It's a little bit pivotal for both teams. Got some ultimates to work with. Definitely still a bit of an uphill climb for Zeta Division. And T1 just really in the driver's seat. You know, there's so much that they can do right now. Saya player with the showstopper. Always, you know, with the off timings on some of these lurks too. Zeta might be thinking about playing something like a retakes game. But I don't know how effective that can really be. You might be able to allow some of these C1 players to burn out their ultimates, but that's the most you can get.
Oh no, Hero. Yeah, I mean, he was very afraid of that showstopper just being blasted in front of him, so he tries to get that value with the peek out, but ultimately it's a lose-lose situation. He was exposed too. Now they know he's somewhere on top A here. I believe that is a fresh smoke, so they have to wait for a good chunk of time or just YOLO push through it. Yeah, there it is. They're going to have to try to do something, but there's a lot of crossfires. Dep does get some damage, but Again, with this elevated positioning from Izu, that is very difficult to try to go up against. And Saya player.
Ayo, last you, abisin yuk, abisin. T1.
Very close.
Match and series point, one more, and they will make it to playoffs. And with that comes a bit of a break. More training, more VODs to study. Meanwhile, Zeta are really just exhausting all their options on this sunset map. Not really knowing what to do, just kind of throwing bodies into it. The ultimates felt, and then Euron kind of exposed, or Hiroran exposed. Then just running through the smoke, not really working out too great. I mean, Rossi even having the sense to spray through it. Now T1 tapping the brakes.
Hunter's Fury used very early here. Hiroran, again, in the same spot that he was. If he gets spotted here, that could be just a straight-up nade. And he can't go for the cross.
Hiroran kenapa di situ
Dude
terus dah?
is holding elbow for the second time in the same spot. Sure, there's no showstopper to get them gutted, but it's the same thing. Depp's going to be able to find Execute here. Can he press the advantage? He's playing the safer game and just backing away. He's already gotten that contact. It's all good for him.
Interesting.
And a quick TP on spawn just to check if there's any big or long flankers. With 40 seconds on the clock, that's going to be very pivotal because at least that gives T1 more options to maybe go back, or at least, you know, more options to make them confident in pushing up into A main and not being afraid of their behinds.
Cut noise. Well, there is that lurk, the flank from depth though.
Ooh, that's a stun. Right there. Sees the cross coming into a link. Here's Depp with the flank already. Press still happens. Euron falls.
One enemy remaining.
One more
Ya
alignment.
Allah, tinggal ending susah bener ya.
Shouldn't be a win here. Can make it expensive though, which he does as he finds Laz.
Nggak sempet sih. Cabut
Zeta
semua.
Division somehow manages to live the fight for another round.
Tinggal di end lo, aduh.
It's very well played with how much depth is controlling.
12-7,
Although
12-7,
tries,
ayo, let's go,
different
13
straps,
yuk,
trying to
13
cut
yuk,
noise and then explode onto
yuk.
sight. It really was that flank from Depp, and not to mention some of the players on site to really find that some of these trades, soften up the blows, keep T1, feeling a bit of pressure. Zeta's not out of this game yet. That said, though, got Rossi on the Viper's Pit available now. Hiroran might have the Nightfall to counter that, but still a lot of options. Oh no, okay, well not that.
Ngapain saya?
That's not an option.
Dude just straight up walked into stairs. Not sure what that was about.
My camera is...
Anyways, step in the right direction at least here. Spots a couple of the shot darts. Laz swings out. Does have a teammate right beside him, but is this going to be a quick little chase here from T1?
Oh, interesting.
Laz is in a really bad spot here.
Oh, udah habis.
Sugar Zero on the blink of an eye. Down. Nightfall activated here. They got to try to make something happen, right? Because of the Viper's Pit. From Rossi looking a little bit too dangerous. The hot comes in. The pistol. 1 versus 1. Rossi still hidden inside his own ult.
Telat sepersekian detik. Let's go.
All the way in through to the playoff stage. Down to the end of it. I mean, we had a rocky start on a set. Zeta.
Wah, GG guys, GG.
Kenapa nggak ditutup?
Nice.
Kebe.
Spike planted.
Wih, anjing.
Dan nonton ini guys, terakhir guys.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Di sini kelar aku mau ops.
Abang dia tinggal
Inhuman reaction.
Anjing baru taunya semurping anjing.
Bangnya burping apa bang nih? Bokong dari sini dia anjing buat lah.
Semurping apa woi? Kalau temen tuh jago, kalau musuh semurping ya. Temen jago anjing.
Aku ditinggal sendiri toh. Parah banget loh.
Oi Bang Boruto. Mana dia diem aja anjing?
Tadi ngomong. Dia ngomong-ngomong sama orang toksik nang anjing.
Kalian ngomongin itu mana ngerti dia.
Marsana leuy.
Oh, lari dia.
Beuh.
Bagian.
Wah goblok. Situ ada.
DC mana eta? Di pos rendah, pos rendah.
Spectre.
Lagi di room streamer bentar. Mana yang naik dulu ya, ntar yang tarik.
Wing.
Aduh mang, disoin mang.
Wah anjing.
Wah, udah.
Gila.
Kita semangati memang Dadang untuk menang.
Gila.
Match point.
Mang mau sheriffnya mang. Pelit aja.
Kalau udah ngomong aja itu. Kan.
Siapa kan, Mak?
Si Kara lagi nonton katanya. Slotnya dihibahin aja masih kan Mak.
Oh, makin Mak. Mana makin Mak?
Belum, goblok.
Oh, belum.
Kara yang tarikin dulu.
Info.
Ada step di sini.
Di mana?
Ini anjing.
Satu doang itu.
Rame cuy.
Nah, kan anjing.
Aku dari kiri.
Ya, nggak jadi menang dong.
Pelan dulu.
Timingnya.
Di mana sih musuhnya?
Aduh, scan goblok.
Mid-nya ada ya, hati-hati.
Emang ada sini bang.
Player standing.
Anjing.
Nah, ini. Montek.
Ini. Satu lagi 5 lagi.
El Granado.
Lihat nih.
Satu lagi 5 lagi deh.
Anjay.
Ada blind, masih ada blind. Masih ada blind.
Tiba-tiba tot auto headshot aja.
Blind teleport. Shit.
Tenang.
Apa kali bang?
Yo, EG 2 tilu.
Dibokong, Cok, dibokong. Preman juga kalah kalau dibokong anjing. Bentar, Cok. Lo playing with. Bentar, si Kenwa di mana ya? Gua belum.
Yang lain
ngerti gitu lo. Gua pick lo di sini lo.
Mau kriminalnya dah. Woi, Kenma.
El Criminale.
Oh iya. Aing ganti ah namanya jadi semua kriminal aja.
El Criminale.
Oh sini.
Kamera.
Aji.
Kapal laut.
Kabel laut modem.
Kerja bagus.
Kerja budi.
Wih apa nih?
Wih, GG.
Gila, terbalik guys.
Karena email.
Loh. Dah habis. Thank you ya guys ya. Berarti kita sudahi saja streaming kita hari ini. Thank you semuanya yang udah nonton bareng juga Nobar bukan Mobar. Thank you semuanya. See you.